Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it again. Welcome to Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. This is the third and deciding unofficial test match between the West Indies A and South Africa A. Today we are at the beautiful and magnificent Mangaung Oval, and after South Africa won the toss and chose to bat first, I, Bendulo Makubane, will be calling the game, but today I have a partner, David Midgley.
Yeah, it's an absolute privilege to be with you, Pendulo, and crucially to be back here for an SAA series. South Africa A, India A was the last time we were together. Seals to begin the first over of the day.
Starting off with some movement away, and all of a sudden, right from the bat here, David, they're really going for the runs.
Yeah, Reinhard van Tonder, he's really found his feet in this series, as has Neil Brunt. Neil Brunt coming off of 100 in this series already, so feeling confident in their opening partnership. Surprisingly, Tony de Zorzi omitted from today's lineup, and we'll run through the team lists towards the end of the over. What are you expecting from this third game, Pendulo?
It's going to be interesting because South Africa are coming with a lot of momentum, with a big win from the previous match. The West Indies, they showed a lot of fight in Benoni in the first game, and they just lost that fight in the second match. A lot of the boys are looking for their positions going to Australia in January. The main team is playing in England right now, looking for their places in that team as well. So there's a lot to play for here for the West Indians, so we're going to see a lot of fight, man. And we're going to see a lot of movement as well, and good shots in retaliation. That one is running hard down to the boundary. Will the fielder get to it? Indeed he does. It's a good looking shot to start off from Brunt, and good movement as well from Seals.
Yeah, the movement early on is going to be vital here. Bloemfontein is known for traditionally having batter-friendly wickets, and so having been put into bowl, the West Indies A side are going to have to make sure that they crack into that South African top order, or it could be a long day out in the sun. As you would expect at the Mangaung Oval, there's a lot of vacant land here. There's a lot of space. These boundaries are traditionally a lot bigger than many grounds across South Africa. And so lots of 2s and 3s are what you should expect this morning and throughout this unofficial test match.
A lot of gaps on the leg side as well. One fine leg was very deep, just a mid-wicket, and a mid-on your leg side with the ball swinging in from Seals. As you see, that movement exaggerated with that new ball just sliding through the air.
And thank you once again to the team at Cricket South Africa for making sure that you are able to join us for this, the third unofficial test match. It is a privilege to be with you over the next 4 days, and we are loving the weather here in Bloemfontein, the city of roses, 33 degrees, and South Africa's judicial capital. We are, if you're not sure, if you're from the West Indies, we're right adjacent to the local rugby team stadium.
Talking about it being a judicial capital, how fitting then that the deciding match is held in the judicial city.
You'll have to be the judge for yourself. There's 4 days of cricket ahead of us. A little bit of interruption expected tomorrow as well as day 3. With some rain forecast, but today it is a glorious day. Light wispy clouds overhead and a high of 33 degrees Celsius. So planning is crucial. If you're going to come down here, make sure you bring your umbrella. There is plenty of shade as well on offer at the Mangaung Oval.
A lot of bounce as well. The juice from Jaden Seals. Of course, he didn't play in the second match. He was brilliant in the first innings of the first match. Gave away only 1 run to the over, once taking 3 wickets at the same time. So Jaden Seals, coming back from a long injury, he was out for 4 months with that left knee giving him problems. So he's using this West Indies A tour as means for him to get back into that West Indian team.
It will no doubt look like a different South African A team as they head into that A series that has been announced against India A next week Monday. So there's a lot of cricket to be played over this December period.
It's a lot of good cricket that's going to be played, just like the defenses of Neil Brunt, the captain of the South African team. It's 3 for no loss, and he comes back for the third match. alongside Reynard van Tonder, who'll be playing the second match. And then Zubair Hamza makes his way back alongside David Bedingham, giving a chance to breathe for Keegan Peterson, who more than enough sealed his place into the South African team. Kaya Zondo's back. Rwanda Swardt is also here after a couple of 40s. Clyde Fontaine has been brilliant behind the stumps. Mitlali Mpongwane has been selected for the ODI team. He's here. Hodges Viljoen, Dwan Olivia, and no Dane Pete, but Dane Patterson.
Yeah, the South African A management looking at this wicket and thinking, we know that it's traditionally a batting friendly wicket, and it means it's not going to take turn, or not likely to take some turn, and so they've opted to omit the spinner. Neil Brunt can offer you something with ball in hand if need be, but not going with a specialist seamer. In addition, David Bedingham recently receiving a maiden test call-up to the South African side ahead of that India series getting underway on Boxing Day at SuperSport Park.
But I love the intent here being shown by South Africa, trying to shake things up at the top. When we were driving our way here, David, we were talking about that opening partnership, played with the idea of having an Aiden Markram and Tony Dazorzi starting up at the top, two players who love taking intent to the bowlers. Right now you have a nice mixture with Neil Brunt, who's the gritty player, and the free playing Reynard van Tonder. Takeem Jordan, who is currently operating, has been also brilliant throughout the course of this series.
Just to give you a bit of a picture of where the fielders are on the park, two slips, a gully, backward point, a man in the covers, a lonesome man in the covers, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket with fine leg, seemingly light years away from his colleagues there. Almost a bit of FOMO if you are the man down at long leg.
You're speaking about the size of the stadium here. It's massive on the leg side for the right-hander coming from this end. You can see that ball just placed to the mid-on. And mid-on is not too far off, but the placement was so good in between that they were able to get that single. So you are going to expect a lot of those ones. You are going to expect a lot of those twos, dare I say even threes in this stadium. And the fielders will be working a lot.
Well, if they're not going to get their steps from this left-right-hand combination, they certainly will if they begin to chase leather in this game. You'll remember that all three games of South Africa A, India A in 2021 were hosted here at the Mangaung Oval, but three very different games due to the nature of surfaces.
Ooh, were they this juicy though?
Certainly not in that first game. Peter Malan getting 150 in the last game here for SAA, and so it's one that certainly promises that if you can get through the new ball, probably the first hour or so of play, if you can navigate that iceberg minefield, if you will, your ship will set sail for much clearer skies.
And clearer skies, it's definitely what you're going to get if your bowler's bowling it short and wide outside the off stump. You might even soar for the stars once you get connection to the bat. But Neil Brunt starting it nice and slow. We saw with his 100, which you've just spoken about, he was incredibly patient over that knock, scoring it over the course of 200 deliveries. Right now, Akeem Jordan coming around the wicket, just keeping it wide and allowing Neil Brunt to leave the ball. Comes in a little bit too straight to end the over.
Yeah.
4 runs done, 2 overs completed.
The decision to bat first will be crucial here for the South Africans to make most of. You don't want to sit back and let a team settle into their lines and lengths, and rotation of strike will also be crucial with the left-right combination. Your bowlers are not going to be able to settle into their lines and lengths if they're having to switch and alternate, whether they come across the left-hander or into that right-hander. So a lot of mind games to be had here. And the West Indian A side we'll run through in just a moment. 3 slips now in place, so expect most deliveries to come in, and then that one that just goes on or away.
It's a good leave that from Van Tonder, though.
So, West Indies A, Joshua De Silva, Zachary McCaskey, Tajanarayan Chandapal, the son of Shivnarayan Chandapal, and we don't expect anybody to emulate their father, but certainly if he can score as many runs as his father, the unconventional stance that was Shivnarayan Chandapal, but more often than not ended up carrying the West Indies along with guys like Brian Lara and Chris Gale and Dwayne Bravo in many a test match. Another name that comes to mind is Ridley Jacobs, also a vital member of that West Indian team of yesteryear.
In my head, I have Ramnaresh Sawan.
Another wicket keeper. Carl Hooper. Glorious lineage of cricket being played with a red ball in the West Indies. We know that their 4-day structure has suffered somewhat and some challenges at the board level, but everybody within world cricket wants to see the men in maroon showing who they truly are. The fight that we know. Rally round the West Indies.
Big fast bowlers was what made them a big success, and Jaden Seals clearly emulating one of those. He's running in hard, bowling it quick, and swinging it.
Joining them in the side, Kirk McKenzie, Kavem Hodge, Jordan Johnson, Kevin Sinclair, Jaden Seals, Sherman Lewis, Shamar Joseph, and Akeem Jordan. Joshua De Silva captaining once again. I wonder if you could call that a full slip cordon with 4 slips. Perhaps the gully where he is just wide enough to be considered a gully.
Just bowls it 2 straights this time. No need for gully if you're going to be aiming for the pads. 2 full from Jaden Seals and whipped away from Reynard van Tonder.
Yeah, better like Reynard van Tonder's not going to miss out on an opportunity like that. Just over pitched and really a half volley on the leg stump. Batters both left and right hand will gleefully gobble those up. Not really going to trouble anybody in the form that Reynard van Tonder is in.
That is the value of leaving well and defending well. You force the bowler to come closer to your scoring options. Then it flashes wide this time, does Van Tonder. Good work from Jaden Seals, bowling a very good length, but the ball is too wide off that gully. It runs to 4.
Yeah, that's that vacant land between point and gully. And it's the risk that you take as a batter when you really push hard at the ball, but the value that he gets for the shot comes crucially from the hardness of the ball and the hardness with which his hands play those types of shots.
He's going to be very careful though that he aligns his bat perfectly with the ball so that we don't see those edges going onto that slip cordon, because gully is very close. They tighten up the slip cordon here, does Jaden Seals against Van Tonder. Dangerous ball swinging away. And Van Tonder is already looking to take the attack. He's not playing around here, is Van Tonder. Ending over number 3. South Africa have won the toss. They've elected to bat first at the stunning Mangaung Oval. They are on 12 for no loss.
I've always found it interesting, the wicket keepers who captain as well. My mind is cast back to Alex Stewart for England. Valuable insight behind the stumps because of his ability to see the angles of the field and also to see how the bowlers are going about their job. 2 slips in a gully in place to Brandt.
Akeem Jordan getting the ball to move away from Neil Brandt, which are 2 opposite movements between him and Jaden Seals. Jaden Seals getting the ball to tail into the left-hander and away to the right-hander. And it's Akeem Jordan who is doing the opposite. So just like the 2 bowlers have to deal with a left-right combination, the 2 batters who are batting here need to deal with bilateral movement. One going in, one going away. Here's Akeem Jordan. Goes in a little bit straighter, slight hesitation between the two. But it's a safety. Then there's that readjustment that they need to make. And also, another thing to note are the difference in lengths that both Jaden Seals and Akeem Jordan are bowling. Jaden Seals, much fuller in his lengths. Yorkers, he's bowled 4 in his 2 overs so far. And Akeem Jordan just dropping it a little bit shorter, getting to use the deck.
So it's just that swing through the air that Jaden Seals has. That's why he wants to pitch it up, really get the batters pushing hard at it. Whereas Akeem will rather look to hit the deck hard, use the seam, and try and extract something in that way. And that's why we would have noted with the field for Jaden Seals being 3 slips and then the gully, as opposed to the 2 and a gully that De Silva has opted for with Jordan bowling from the Loch Logan end.
Good point, that. And on top of that, Akeem Jordan throughout the course of the series has been that hit the deck hard guy. Now, you don't want to hit the deck and lead on straight. Fine leg and Jaden Seals having to come around to the backward square just keeps that to 2 runs.
Certainly a place to test your arm if you are fielding at fine leg, and indeed at in the one-day stuff, your third man as well will likely really have a go here.
It's no exaggeration when we talk about how big the ground is. Do us a favor, you can go to Google and search the Mangaung Oval. You'll see for yourself how big it is. This is going to be a lot of work for the players out. It's going to be a hot baking day. South Africa winning the toss with the heat and the sun. How normally does the surface hold up here?
Yeah, it's one that you know, some of the local scorers in times gone by have mentioned you could extract it and place it out on the road to Cape Town. Sometimes there is often some assistance for the bowlers, but your value with your seam bowlers is there.
See with that one, speaking it into action, moving away, sharp zip from Akeem Jordan, who starts well, just 4 runs from his 2 overs so far. He ends the over. It's 15 for no loss.
It's a good start here by South Africa, eh? It's only the briefest of time out in the middle. You'll remember that after play got underway, that's 10, that they've decided, this South Africa, that they want to bat rather, and crucially for them is to make the most of their opening partnership. It's often spoken about how difficult it is to open in South African conditions.
The match is back on live. Everything has been sorted. Jaden Seals has the ball. I'd like to apologize as we come back in the continuation of over number 5. The batters come back for 2 runs. The score is 17 for no loss. The reason why we weren't able to continue is because from the end that we are watching the game at, the pavilion end, there was a window which reflected badly on the eyes of the batters. Neil Brunt couldn't see, so the umpires and the match referee had to pause the game for a moment until that got sorted, whilst at the same time we were fighting the stream here as we had a little mini power outage. But coincidentally, both have been sorted at the same time, and even David joins me at the same time.
And you might be wondering, well, why didn't they mention the issue of the window before that? Because there'd been a couple of overs bowled already. But you'll note now that Jaden Seals coming around the wicket to the left-handed Brunt, and that's where Brunt wasn't happy with the reflection off of the window.
It's been Reynard van Donder who's been facing from this end all the time. Right-hander doesn't have to deal with that problem. Really didn't have to, because he hits a couple of exquisite boundaries as well. He's on 12. So now Neil Brunt needing to dig deep. Jaden Seals wanting to strike. Just pushing it a little bit wide.
And after the probably one of the longer delays in the middle of an over, without an injury being an influence, it's 5 gone and 17 without loss.
South Africa here coming in wanting to get this victory.
And just off of our screens, it looks like there's a change of wheels for one of the West Indians, and we're just trying to squiz and see who it may be. Not happy with his boots this morning. I wonder if it's Zachary McCaskey. We'll let you know as soon as he does turn his back on us. It will allow us to see his number, and it is Zachary McCaskey, right-handed batter, number 95. He's a second slip, bottom right hand of your screen.
Hakeem Jordan comes in, running into Reynard van Donder. Hakeem Jordan has been master of taking 3 wickets per innings. He's done it 3 times in the 4 innings that we've seen in this tournament, in the series so far, doing it twice in the first match and doing it once in the previous match. Hakeem Jordan. He's one of those bowlers that keep hitting the line in length, keep bringing it back to the right-hander non-stop. But when he does bang it short, he does get punished. Authoritative strike from Reynard van Donder through backward point, diving to his left to no avail. That's 4 runs.
Glorious, glorious, glorious. He just waited for it on the back foot, opened the blade, and it was gone to the boundary for 4. And a smattering of a crowd here this morning.
Smattering of a crowd will be happy to see their team starting off well here, Reynard van Donder. But Joshua De Silva, the captain of the West Indians, will definitely not be happy, because Hakeem Jordan, known for his consistency throughout the series, just letting that one wayward. Van Donder drawn to the ball. He guides it through diving gully. It is Mackenzie who dives to his right, but the ball just goes down for 2.
It's almost a duplicate of the shot, but not getting the timing that he needed to get that one to race away. Nevertheless, it's valuable runs. The score moves up to 23. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, man in the covers, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. So a large patch of open land, square of the wicket on the onside.
Again, just dropping it a little bit shorter. Talked about the fact that Jaden Seals gets a lot of movement, and that's why he's bowling it fuller. Maybe something in his wrists. It's why you pay the big bucks for those wrists. Also here, Hakeem Jordan looking to bang the ball hard, but just banging it a little bit too short.
And that's the risk that you take when you hit the surface hard and it doesn't quite come up. And as the ball gets soft, it'll be easier for the batters.
The worst thing here is that given how the surface looks, yes, it looks a little bit greener than what it actually is. But surface looks like a pristine batting track.
Yeah, chatting to one of the locals here at the Mangaung Oval, one of the fantastic scorers, they mentioned that there was a bit of heavy rain yesterday, which certainly would have given the West Indians some hope in having been put in the field. But no real demons in this wicket. It's all through the famous wrists, as you mentioned earlier, of Jaden Seals. Nothing really coming out of the surface. It's almost a tennis ball bounce, if you will. It's not really troubling these two.
It's going to be a lot to deal with for the West Indians if they aren't able to use this new ball right at the start. It's the end of over number 6. It's 23 for the loss of no wickets. I see some of you here in the comments. You know me from before when we were working together in Benoni. Next to me is the ever so trusted and reliable David Midgley. Been in this commentary circuit for years, been in the coaching circuit for years. You'll hear his valuable knowledge over the course of the day.
Yeah, it's a lovely line and length there from Seals. When you come around the wicket as a right-arm bowler to a left-hander, you often drag it onto the pads if you're not careful, but he's hit the perfect line there. And that would have gone between middle and off over the top of the stumps. Surprisingly, he doesn't have his fine leg as square as perhaps I would like. I think if you overpitch, you put a lot of pressure on the man down at fine leg to whip it up. But I suppose you don't set fields for bad deliveries. Just knowing that the one may be forthcoming.
Move it back in, because the moment he strays in, any more straighter like you were talking about, it's ideally in that scoring area for that left-hander. And because of his pace as well, Jaden Seals, it can be a little bit of a tickle down to that fine leg boundary, which will put a lot of work. It's very square indeed, almost backward square. Don't matter though, the straight drive is pure, too straight from Neil Brunt.
Yeah, they often talk about when you've bowled too good of a delivery and it's too good for them to nick it. In this instance, it was too good of a straight drive that he's played there, because it's hit the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Lucky that there was no hand or foot from Jaden Seals, which might have put Reynard van Donder, who's looking so good on 18, might have put him in trouble. Going a bit more straight as well, but Neil Brunt getting some pure connection. Mid-on and mid-off are waiting. Shimon Lewis is there with the ball at mid-on.
Into his 4th over now, Jaden Seals. 14, which is certainly an expensive start to any fast bowler's day. And I suspect that Pendula, it might be a long day and a half for these West Indian bowlers if they don't pick up wickets in the first hour.
The thing is, with that, especially with that ball that Neil Seals has just bowled that wide outside that off stump, that's how Neil Brunt lost his wicket in the first match, in the first innings. And ever since that loss of the wicket bowled by Shimon Lewis, they have been searching for him to play loosely again, just like he did there. So the important thing here will be him selecting the proper shots, ensuring that he does not give that wicket away. Easier said than done, of course. series of good-looking shots from Neil Brunt. And speaking about those early wickets, so they're trying to fish for that early wicket from Neil Brunt so that he can swing the blade through it. That's why you have backward point here in Tej and Narayan Chandapur. Wide gully standing at Mackenzie. He was caught at backward point in that first match with that wide flashing drive. So getting those early wickets will be important. Getting Brunt whilst his confidence is not that high, having lost his wicket for 4 runs in both innings of the second test match, be something for them to hunt. Banging it short though. Might not have enough legs. It's a big boundary. Shimon Lewis runs it down. They might be coming back for number 3. Neil Brunt is coming to the danger end, and he is not in danger.
That's good awareness there from Neil Brunt. Just looking where that ball had disappeared to. And good way to end the over for the South Africans. 17 from the 4 overs that we've seen Seals bowl. 27 without loss after 7.
South Africa still bowling or batting close to that 4 runs to the over. It's something that you expect to slow down that run rate once the batting team finds its stride, or the bowlers rather, once they find their stride. But this is the battle between bat and ball. Both Van Tonder and Brunt will be looking to make sure that neither Seals, Jordan, Lewis, Sinclair ever get a foot into this game. Even Shamar Joseph was playing his second first-class match for the West Indies. So that's the battle. Can you destabilize my work? Reynard van Tonder looks to answer that question, who's currently on 18 from just 20 balls. But Neil Brunt still on strike, just keeping it together.
Yeah, that's the conversation that these West Indian fielders will be having. What do you need to do to dislodge? This is not T20 cricket. This is what all cricket fanatics just love and adore. The slow trudge of the chess game that is multi-innings cricket.
Chess, not checkers. And in chess, you place your pieces into open land where you can strike best. That's what Neil Brunt does, just placing the ball smartly in between cover and backward point for an easy single.
This partnership, these two look like when they do get going, they're just beautiful to watch. But the key here is mental fortitude, and how long do you persist with these bowlers? They've bowled 4 and 4 respectively at the end of the over.
Gets the edge that time! But it just bounces before the first lip in Kevin Hodge. Good work here from Akeem Jordan, getting the length working and the line. Survival for Van Tonder.
Yeah, it's a bit of fishing there from Reinhard van Tonder. I don't like how he's really hung the bat out there, seeking something. It's a nothing shot, really. It's in 2 minds of where he should be. Just pushing at it. And to me, that's far too far away from his bat. And that gap just leaves you in that nowhere land.
Very risky looking shot, especially also with the ball coming in. To just leave that gap in between your bat and pad as well is such a risky business. But also just dangling your bat there to that ball moving inwards. See if he can exercise some patience here, RVT.
Yeah,
Just
that's
like-
much better. Much
like
better.
that.
Much better.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, you can be a third voice in the commentary box, if you will. Comment on the YouTube stream. Share the link with all your friends, because we're going to be with you for all 4 days live.
See, these are the... Oh, Jordan Collins. Here's you, David. Giving you a nice shout out. No one is giving a shout out to Akeem Jordan's edge, which was just short because people are South African in the comments clearly. Looking at that shot from Van Tonder, who is looking to get his stake at the crease back against Jordan.
Yeah, I agree with Cricket Fanatics magazine. This is the premier version of the game, red ball cricket, multi-innings cricket. And the reason that most people appreciate it, it's as if two heavyweights were fighting. It's the skill, it's the mastery, it's the nuance. And if you're new to the longer format of the game, stick with us, and hopefully we can paint a picture that lures you in.
Getting that one to move away, Akeem Jordan. Risky leave from Reynard van Tonder, but even on length it would be over the stumps. It's the end of over number 8, going at 3.5 runs to the over. The South Africa A team, after electing to bat first, they're on 28 for no loss.
Yeah, somebody's already asking, hope we can get big runs. And with South Africa A not getting huge scores, I think it may be misunderstood by some that if you're not scoring 400, you're not really achieving what you need to. But the reality is that 4-day cricket means 1 day fewer than Test cricket. And so when you have that extra day in the bank, you generally are more aware of having the ability to extend your batting innings when you're doing well instead of the early declaration.
And on top of that, because of the just 4 days, it kind of presses you to start score runs. But on top of that, just to add on, the scoring system of the CSA 4-day Cup is quite extraordinary. It really incentivizes your willingness to score runs and your ability to take wickets.
And to chase victory, crucially, yeah. Because there was before the adjustment, there was quite a dull approach, if you will, to domestic 4-day cricket. And teams were all too comfortable with seeking out the draw. I mean, we recently saw the Tuskers and Dragons play out to a glorious final day. In addition to that, you'll maybe cast your mind back to when the Lions won that 4-day competition in 2019. Vian Libber picking up the wicket with his off spin when he played for the Lions, and that was dramatics right down to the end at Northwest University Oval in Potchefstroom. Now home to the Dragons these days, but still, it seems that Potchefstroom certainly knows how to host a game that goes the distance. And that's what we love, the drama.
And speaking about drama, this has been a series that has had the drama. What we love the most is that each and every single match has gone down to the final day. First game really going down to the absolute wire. Banger of a match where West Indies won. Even the second match went down to the very last day. Not as much as on the wire, but it just shows you that the players are really trying as much to apply themselves to take the game as long as they could. That's a good looking shot from Neil Brandt. He might be in danger. Good reactions from mid-off. Like we said, it's very hard to gauge how far you must stand from the square here, given the size of the ground. So they were able to squeeze a single, Neil Brandt.
Yeah, there's a lot of these youngsters and somewhat experienced players that are in the South African A side that have been called up to the test side for the 2 test matches against India. The first one being Boxing Day at Supersport Park, and New Year's test once again under the Oaks at Newlands is where you can best enjoy cricket in the Western Cape, in the shadow of the mountain with the sights and sounds of the brewery.
But that's a good looking shot. Diving for all his worth was Shamar Joseph. Couldn't get to it. One of the fresh faces in the West Indian scene of cricket. It's just 2 runs.
And remember the idea for this team being selected, not expecting perhaps names that you would have thought would have immediately been on this list, because a reminder that South Africa have a test series in New Zealand that they have to pay attention to, despite most of the conventional players being involved in SA20. So it's a balancing act for Shukri Conrad and his management team.
Good ball that from Jaden Seals. He has been going into the block hole ever so often against Reynard van Donder, but it's van Donder who has the last laugh with that one, guiding it down to the vacant third-man boundary.
Yeah, 9 gone, 35 without loss, and Reynard van Donder will know this wicket well. Before he joined the Dragons, he was a man who called the Mangaung Oval home as part of the ITEC Knights before their unfortunate relegation. They've done fantastically well, have the Knights, since their journey to Division 2, and really had a good go in the One-Day Cup especially, but they've been very good in the 4-day competition as well, and showing that their fight is crucial for them to get their way back up into Division 1, and that's, I think, what we want. You don't want a team to go down and then just languish away. They've certainly put their names in pencil, at least, on that Division 1 team list for 2024-25. But there's still so much cricket left to be played. Round the wicket.
The best teams will always find a way to come back if it's meant to be. This is what I also love about the structure that has been put in place here by Cricket South Africa. Having not just one league for each format of the game, but rather over a series of 2 seasons, putting together all 3 formats to create those points, so that the out and out best ran team and the best performing team over a period of time, across all formats, gets to go through into the higher division, and the least performing over all formats goes down to the lower division. And in the higher division is where Neil Brunt plays, and he plays a high division shot. Glorious cover drive, but even better fielding by Kevin Sinclair in the deep. It's a long boundary, and he gets there right on time to save an extra run.
It's just the one, all that hard work, you're almost tempted to just let it be, because you've run probably 60 or 70 meters, dived to bring it back, and then you've only saved one in the end. But certainly valiant from him. But you never know, that one run could make all the difference.
It's all a game of margins at such a high level. It's Reynard van Donder. Wrapped by the pads, Hakeem Jordan has a high appeal. He's out of his crease. But the throw is out of the mark. There was definitely a chance for Reynard van Donder to lose his wickets, but Shamar Joseph just missing it.
Double drama there, because there was the appeal, and then Van Tonder was all at sea. It looked like he was trying to run with bricks in his pockets. He looked quite cumbersome in that run. And the frustrating thing for West Indies A fans is that he took an eternity to set himself out. He only had the 1 set of stumps to work at, but all he needed to do was hit. And perhaps the question is to be begged, why somebody didn't go up to the stumps, or at least try to get there in time.
Normally is what you would expect the wicketkeeper to do from the keeper's end, to come and guide that ball and try and parry it back into the stumps, maybe try to find some sort of ricochet. But it was a good throw from Shamar Lewis.
Would the underarm throw be the preferred option instead of really having a go from such a short distance?
Should have just went on instinct and reflexes. Whatever happens, happens. At least chuck the ball out quickly as possible, because trying to set up, stand, then chuck it just takes a little bit too much time. What I get reminded of is that famous, one of the best run outs you will ever see, Themba Bavuma against David Warner.
David Warner, yes.
Go.
Ridiculous.
If you are on your internet, you can have free. Go watch that run out from Simbabavuma, from to David Warner. One fluid motion, picking the ball up in, I don't know what he did.
In motion. Yeah.
But whatever he did.
It reminds me of A.B. de Villiers, also in a one-day game where he, whilst rolling, tossed the ball without looking and then ran out the batsman at the time. And again, it's just that magic. But I think a lot of youngsters forget that takes many hours of practice and ensuring that you hit the mark in the most conventional ways and the simplest of ways before you go to the complicated.
100%. That's why when you're playing at this level, you've played your fair share amount of cricket, whether at professional or lower level. So sometimes you can rely on your instincts to just guide you on whatever it is that your body needs to do. But Shamar Lewis, he did break through, or Shamar Joseph rather, did break through into the professional scene only this year. He had been working as a security guard to feed his livelihood and his family. Gave it all up to chase his passion. And in giving all of that up, he has been fast-tracked, and he is a fast bowler, and we come to see him now to bowl. It's the end of over number 10. It's 38 for no loss.
Yeah, talking about people that we're coming to see next week, Monday. South Africa A take on India A at the Northwest University in Potchefstroom, northwest part of South Africa, and home to the Dragons. We're certainly looking forward to that. It's 2 SAA series in 1 year. We're spoiled, and we are grateful for that. Hopefully, we will be alongside you, but good afternoon to some of those of you who are joining from India.
Two South Africa A series in one single month. We're already in December, enjoying festivities as Shamar Joseph bowls to Neil Brunt coming over the wicket. And he starts off a little bit wide in his first match donning the maroon. That was last week. He's only played 3 first-class matches prior to being called up to be tested out for the West Indies A team. And in that very first innings, he took 3 wickets, did Shamar Joseph. So he's showing that he's not threatened by overseas conditions. And he bowls it straight, trying to extract as much movement as he can with the ball so full.
Yeah, to squeeze that one out. Certainly your value with the much fuller deliveries, Yorker length, but you and I will both know that when you miss your length with the Yorker, it becomes a half volley, so there really isn't that much of a margin for error.
Just getting it to work well with that movement away, hitting the thick outside edge of Neil Brunt's bat. It's past the left-hand side of Gully in Mackenzie, and it runs down to the vacant third-man boundary for 4.
Bit of fortune here for the South African batsman early on. There was a dropped chance in the sense that it dropped short. It wasn't a missed opportunity if you're a West Indies fan, don't worry. Dropping short of first slip at the pavilion end, and then a couple of them have been squeezed through that vacant land between second slip and Gully, and it's an unchanged field if you're worrying about it.
Of course, when we're watching first-class cricket and limited overs cricket, when we watch limited overs cricket, you'll see a nice hybrid field of both attack and defense. So you'll see your fine leg, you'll see a third man defending the ball that squeezes past the slip cordon. But this is first class cricket, and time is not really a factor. So the team can allow themselves to make the batter play that ball that will get an edge through the slip cordon, because over a course of a day, surely one of them will go to their hands.
It's unconventional for fast bowlers to be bowling with their long sleeves in Pendulo. It's become somewhat of a custom, maybe because when you and I were growing up, the closest you could get to that is the Andrew Hall 3/4 sleeve. And if you did bowl with a long sleeve, you would be floating in the wind with your sleeves. It's almost a drag coefficient issue for you, but these days, no problem.
Certainly not having a problem with it here is Joseph getting his lengths and lines working and that ball to shape in. Something that has to do with that long sleeve as he only gets an edge that ran down for 4 runs to what was otherwise a good over. It goes for 4 after 11. It's 42 for no loss.
Yeah, some of you are just asking in the comments, what is the structure of the South Africa A, India A series, the inbound tour? So the first game is on Monday, the 11th of December, next week Monday. And they play Monday to Thursday at the Northwest University Oval in Potchefstroom. Then there's a 3-day match as India and India A will play a game at Tuks Oval, so the University of Pretoria's Oval. That's where they will combine for that as Kevin Sinclair comes into the circle. And Sherman Lewis makes his way out to fine leg. Oh, he's bowling rather. Change of bowling from the Loch Logan end. And then the final 4-day match is at Willamore Park in Benoni. And if you ask the local coach, Jeffrey Toyana, he'll say that that's the home of South African cricket.
Of course, that's where that first match has happened, in Willamore Park, Benoni.
Home of the Eastern Storm.
It's very nice. Some of the speaking about the structure of South African cricket, having that Eastern Storm now standing as its own team in that Division 2, whilst for a long time was under the shadow of the Titans in Centurion, Gauteng, just shows how beautiful trying to widen the circle of professional cricket is. But widening is Shimon Lewis, who just pulls it down the legs, but there is a fine leg field in the form of Joseph. It's just 1 run.
Good soft hands there, just to guide it down to fine leg. If you're wondering where on the field we are on nearly the most furthest right pitch on your screen. So you can see there's a small amount of green where Neil Brunt is currently standing, and that's the edge of the square. So we're right on the edge here. And there's a boundary that's come in off of the traditional advertising hoardings, but still Pendula, it's about 60 or 70 off to the point of the batter.
Still a big hit that you need to take over there. Like we saw the 3 runs that were taken in this match. It was a shot that was played into that area. Sinclair running it down and eventually bringing it back. It just shows how big of a field it is. But it's also a luscious and beautiful field here at Mangaung Oval. I love the fact that it's also starting to see its fair share of international cricket now over the past couple of seasons. More and more and more are coming this side.
It was South Africa and Australia that played a 1-day game here recently.
And prior to that, it was the 3-match set 1-day series between England and South Africa, which ensured South Africa's qualification for the World Cup.
You remember Timber Bavuma scored 100 here, despite the Barmy Army's remonstrations and singing. The trumpeter, the lone trumpeter, if you will, egging on the men with the 3 lines on their chest. But it was South Africa on that day.
So it's a ground that certainly does bring it a taming cricket. Lewis getting a little bit of extra bounce, and remember, it's the 3rd match Neil Brunt has had the pleasure of playing in all and batting in all also as the opening batter, and he's lost his wicket all 4 times despite getting 104 in the second innings of the first match. And the man who's bowling to him right now in Sherman Lewis was able to dismiss him twice in that first match, getting him an LBW and getting him caught. So here, Sherman Lewis might think that I have my person. I've taken 2 of his 4 wickets.
Glorious stroke. Just on the back foot, punched it away. A bit of a freebie there, hands on hips with the double teapot. And a glorious way for South Africa A to conclude the over. 47 without loss after 12. If you are just joining us, a very good morning to you. The first hour of play on the clock is complete, but unfortunately we had quite a lengthy delay of about 20 or so minutes because of a window that was giving the stink eye to Neil Brunt. Just a bit of reflection issues as it's now clouded over a little bit, but we can assure you that with the clouds there is by no means an absence of heat here. It is certainly warm here today, but perhaps there's hope for these West Indian A bowlers to extract something in terms of swing with clouds overhead, maybe a bit of humidity assisting them. But it has been all South Africa A in the first hour of play. 47 without loss after 12, and they're going on nigh on 4 to the over. Unchanged field, 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and square leg. Joseph to continue.
Gets down the leg and he's gone. Reynard van Tonder looking good. Does not look good right now as he's disappointed in himself. Another cheap wicket from the beautiful right-hander. This time just flicking it down the legs. The faintest of touches. And Da Silva with the jewelry catch finishes the job. It's 47 for 1.
Yeah, we're just complimenting the South African A team and how they've gotten off to a good start. Van Tonder will be disappointed with himself. 25 runs for his time at the wicket. And chasing one down the leg side. He's been strangled. He'll be shaking his head, but it presents an opportunity now for David Bedingham to make his way to the crease. It might be a toss-up between he and Zubair Hamza. Made his way to the lines, did Zubair Hamza from Western Province. And it's difficult to find your feet as we take a brief drinks intermission. And it looks like indeed Zubair Hamza will leapfrog Bedingham into that number 3 position. Was South Africa's test number 3. I've been told otherwise. It's Bedingham who's jumped the gun. Maybe he said no, me first. No, me first.
Of course, Zubair Hamza is your standard number 3. Throughout his career, he's been batting at number 3. It's very interesting, actually, the change up in the batting order here by the South Africans. You'd normally find a Neil Brunt opening with a Tony Dezorzi. Funny enough, in his last first-class match prior to coming to the South Africa A setup, David Bedingham for Western Province was opening with Tony Dezorzi versus the Tuskers. So a lot of playing around, seeing here, Reynard van Tonder was batting number 5. He also can bat at number 3 for the Northwestern Dragons. He's opening here today. So it's whole mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, David Bedingham, having done well for many years playing county cricket for Durham, a few years ago, proudly stated that he would love to be able to play for South Africa, and that opportunity may yet present itself, whether it be against India or against the New Zealand team in early 2024. But he walks to the wicket with 47 on the board, Neil Brunt on 21, and perhaps quite a bit expected from him. A lot of conversations about whether or not he'll be selected for the South African side, or when will he be selected for the South African side. Perhaps a matter of when.
Absolutely disgusting career statistics as well, which are worth a shout and worthy to be seen.
Yeah, he's averaging 50 in first class cricket, so not really struggling with bat in hand. And he's got 5,925 runs prior to this game from his 132 stays at the crease. 1800s, 2150, so real opportunity here to show off.
And again, Lewis looking, or rather Joseph looking for that sneaky wicket delivery that got Reynard van Tonder. Of course, van Tonder will not be happy with how he got dismissed. In the second match, it's his first in the series, he got back-to-back 50s, but it was Jay McAllister who had his number in both occasions, giving him loopy, short deliveries. In the first innings, he gave one a bottom edge, clattered into the stumps. Or the first innings, rather, he got a top edge, and it was caught and bowled by McAllister. The second innings, same strategy, banging in shorts, hitting runs, and then he chops one into the stumps. So he will not be happy with a third cheap wicket.
I'm interested by the lines that Joseph is bowling here. Opting to go quite full to the left-hander, and perhaps his variable delivery, or the magic wicket-taking one, will be one that he drops in a little bit short to perhaps extract an extra bit of bounce and surprise Neil Brunt.
He also has the mean one that moves away from the left-hander. That one, he comes really close to the stumps as if he's bowling wicket to wicket, making sure that he still keeps that LBW as an option for that ball that swings back into the left-hander.
There will be a lot of conversations behind the stumps with Joshua De Silva and co, and wonder if there was a bit of chirp there to David Bedingham from Akeem Jordan. You know, fast bowlers always want to have a word.
Drops it a little bit short, so that's the one that everyone wanted from the West Indies. You can hear the shouts from behind the wickets, but it's just well played from Neil Brunt for one.
Yeah, David Bedingham averaging 50 in first class cricket is a dream for any coach, and sense of inevitability really for his selection to the South African Test side. A couple of changes from that West Indies Test series earlier in the year, and that's the brilliance of Shukri Conrad. Excuse me, a long-time servant of South African cricket, not afraid to make what seem like the tough decisions and have honest conversations.
Bedingham was brilliant on that shot. He is absolutely superb on anything wide. He goes back onto the back foot and expertly guides that it in between point and cover. And what a beautiful way for South Africa to bring up their 50. It's 53 runs. It's taken them 13 overs, and they both are batting at just a touch over 4 to the over.
It was just a few moments ago that the first wicket fell after South Africa won the toss and elected to bat. Looked like a good start, but perhaps a bit of a soft dismissal from Reynard van Tonder. I was praising the fact that he once called this, the Mangaung Oval, his home, and I was perhaps secretly hoping he was going to convert that start to something. 25 is what he was dismissed for, caught down the leg side.
I don't know if it was Lawrence Bailey in the comments who talked about how it was Van Tonder who made his career in the high-tech Knights, like you were saying, and because of the flatness of the wicket here and how many runs can get scored, that's how he got his reputation as a big hitter and a smasher. Something like that he'd do when the ball is bowled short and is bowled straight. Neil Brunt shows us exactly what it is to be done. Pulled away behind square for 4. It's 57.
Trying to really extract some bounce here out of this wicket, bending his back on that one, but it just sat up, and Neil Brunt showing off his tennis skills with a glorious pull shot. What a stroke indeed.
That's all that Neil Brunt is doing and has done for the entirety of the series. Just waiting on those bad balls, David, because every now and then the West Indians have a knack of letting one out. Like that again, more authority this time from Neil Brunt. It bounces once. Previous one behind square, this one in front as they move into the 60s.
Well, there's not much I can say. I've already said it because it's the same delivery twice, and he's done exactly that. This one a little bit straighter this time, playing it on the front foot, and it's something that's become more common in the game, is that is playing a pull stroke on the front foot. And what I mean by that is not guiding it as you would a hook stroke. You think of Ian Botham in decades gone by, but rather being on the front foot, attacking, getting to the pitch of the ball in terms of making sure you hit it right at the top of the bounce. Glorious stroke from him, despite there being a man at mid-wicket. Right over the top. There was a half shot of catch, but it was in hope rather.
Taking on the new man, Johnson. Had to come in as a replace for Kevlon Anderson. Of course, Kevlon Anderson was chosen to come in here for the West Indians. Unfortunately, just having problems with his visa, and Shimon Lewis having problems with his front foot, called no ball.
Yeah, it's a bit of a misdemeanor, especially after you've been hit for 2 boundaries in the over. It's a really expensive 9 from it, and no doubt there'll be a conversation in his ear from Akeem Jordan, who's at mid-on. Just to say, take a deep breath, fella.
The thing is, he has both Akeem Jordan and Jaden Seals to his left and to his right, 2 of the premier strike bowlers for the West Indians, giving him some advice on how to deal with Brunt. Advice is not working. 2 boundaries in a row, 2 no balls in a row as well.
Umpire Arno Jacobs making sure he's getting his exercise early here on day 1 of the 3rd unofficial test between South Africa A and India A. And again, the conversation happens with the young fast bowler. He's going to change his angle. He's going to come around the wicket. I've never quite understood that if a bowler bowls a couple of deliveries that he's made the error with, whether it be a wide or a no ball. I've never quite understood the purpose of coming around the wicket as if it fixes anything, because particularly with the no ball, it just is a matter of getting your foot behind the line. Nevertheless, change in the field, catching cover comes in.
Oh, it's like you were saying, what does it change? It changes the fact that it's a little bit harder to hit maybe with that angle, but even if it clattered onto the stumps there, David, it's the 3rd no ball in a row.
Oh boy. This is really something that he'll want to rectify quickly. And you can see just at the top of your screen there, team is having a serious conversation. The team of fast bowlers, the trio, and saying to him, make sure you get your foot behind the line.
It's the only thing that you need to do. And the thing is, over the course of the series, the West Indies have been extraordinarily disciplined. You can go look at the score sheets on pitchvision.com. You will see that there are barely any no balls. You'll see that there are barely any wides. All the extras normally come from leg byes and byes. But finally, getting one to land.
I'd love to be able to get a stump mic, if you will, to try and hear what umpire Arno Jacobs is saying to him, a former player himself, and 2 experienced umpires today, Masisi Gampo and Siphelele Gasa rather. Masisi Gampo is our 3rd umpire for today, so Siphelele Gasa is standing at square leg, and Arno Jacobs at the Loch Logan in his 2nd game here, well rather his 4th game in total at Mangaung Oval as an SAA level umpire.
Getting a front seat view to all of these shots that are being played by the South Africans, and seeing here coming, scoring at nearly 5 runs to the over, but see people having comments and chats about the game that we're watching. This is first class cricket. It's red ball cricket. It's played with a difference. The time here is not a factor. The overs here are not a factor. All that matters is how long can you keep your wickets and how long can you score your runs.
Might be a match referee that will have a quiet word with you around overs not mattering, because
What does matter is taking your catches at the slip cordon, which was not done. It has been put down. A hard chance from Kirk McCarskey. Zachary McCarskey diving to his right. It was waist height, but it was wasted.
yeah, Bedingham just fishing at that one, trying to fend it away in that vacant region between gully and backward point. Sharp chance to his right hand side for McCarskey. And at this level, you've got to take your catches. Even your under 9 coaches will remind you that catches win matches.
It was carried beautifully to McCarskey. All that he needed to do was just snatch it.
Being a right-hander, you'd also think he would pouch it.
Scary looking shots now from Bedingham. Plays it well when his bat is flat. Just edging it with that straight bat. Ends the over. It's 65 for the loss of 1 after 14.
It's good to see some of the newer fans to cricket joining us in the comment section. Don't forget that you are the third voice on commentary. And it's good to see that the fans in the comments are also helping each other learn what the difference between a 4-day game is, how that format works as opposed to color clothing and white balls. So please join us and share with your friends. We want you to join in as we bring you all the action.
Extra cover in place. There's a nice gap at cover. It's asking Neil Brunt to play at those deliveries. Very, very tempting to just flash your blade at that, try to get the gap between extra cover and backward point.
He'll just be hesitant after the antics of the previous over, where he just wafted at one, did Bedingham. And so Brunt will be a little bit more circumspect. He's that kind of guy who will play within his shell until he really feels like he's got the measure of things. He's on 31 at the moment from 53 deliveries.
He's batting quicker than what he normally does, and he beats both the big fast bowlers standing at extra cover and at mid-off. Jaden Seals runs hard to stop that at long off. They exchange 3 runs. It's a good looking shot that from Neil Brunt. He's really looking to take the impetus here. He's not really like playing like how he was doing at Benoni, or playing like he was playing in East London, where he's just waiting and allowing the bowlers to bowl for him. I like the fact that here he's looking to take on what seemingly looks like good deliveries as well.
Yeah, the more that he spends the time at the wicket, the more he'll feel confident in the bounce and movement. And as the ball continues to get older as we head towards lunch, he'll feel comfortable enough to make sure that he gets to lunch without losing his wicket. And we know Beddingham's pedigree, but there may be a surprise. It almost always is the case that just before an interval, whether it be lunch or tea, and just after it, it's where you're most likely to pick up a wicket.
Remember, lunch is just 25 minutes away at the top of the hour of 12 o'clock. So these are going to be important times. We might as well see the introduction of Kevin Sinclair, the spin bowler. But maybe not if Joseph is still looking to get the edge and getting the edge of both Bedingham and Brunt. And remember, here this is first class cricket, so teams get to bat twice and the other team gets to bowl twice. So it's 4 innings that are being played over the course of 4 days. A lot of people think that the team bats once for 1 day, and then the next day it's the next team, the next day it's the next. It doesn't work like that.
Just pulling the handbrake on that delivery, but please go on with what you were saying about the format of how it works.
Because then what normally happens is that with the 4 innings that are being played, team can bat for as long as a day allows. There's 90 overs to be played on a day. So if you can survive all and feel like you can carry on batting tomorrow, you can do just that. You score your runs. If you feel like you've had enough runs, you let the other team come and bat if you haven't lost all your wickets. If you lose all your wickets, the other team has earned their right to come and bat. They'll be chasing down the score that South Africa set here, West Indies. They are allowed to cover the score. They are trying their best to cover the score that South Africa will set. Whatever they cover it by, South Africa must come back for the second time they bat to cover that particular score and then set the final total that the West Indies will come to chase down. If that happens over the course of 4 days, the match will end. If it doesn't happen over the course of 4 days, the match will be drawn. So it's really a game of the best player and the best team winning. And after 15 overs, South Africa still look like they are at the top at the beginning of this one. It's 68 for the loss of 1.
It reminds me of an advert, I believe it was from Australia, where the girlfriend of the viewer in the advert comes into the room and says, "Who's winning?" And the boyfriend goes on this long tangent of, there's 5 days and 5 times that these teams play, and there's 90 overs, and he just goes on a tangent of explaining to her, you know, how can you expect me to tell you who's winning? And then she mutters something and leaves, and then his friend walks in and says, "Who's winning?" And he says, "India." But it is truly that it's never so complicated to those who know, but to those who are still finding their way in the game, it can seem like a mashed potato.
There's a lot of complexity in the game, but a lot of beauty in it as well. A good stop from Jayden Seales, but he screams in pain. Jayden Seales has definitely hurt his right hand, and that's a big problem for the West Indies.
I wonder if he's just jammed his finger in the ground here. The ground is not friendly at all to you if you are trying to get your fingers over it, around the ball rather, and it just plugs in the hard surface here. So we might have a bit of a delay. It's just to the left of your picture, and it is really not something that's enjoyable. We hope it's not a fractured finger. We hope rather that the physio is able to put the finger back in if it's just dislocated.
Oh man, it's such a painful thing for the West Indians, losing their premier fast bowler who just came back from injury and now is hurting something else. The score currently is 69 for the loss of 1. Neil Brunt is actually on 35 runs. For you asking, Matt Plews is on 35 runs. Bedingham is on 5 runs.
Yeah, and that's, I think, just because there may have been an allocation of those 4 runs going to David Bedingham as opposed to. So we are aware of it, and we'll rectify it on our side. So there's a brief break in play. Maybe take this opportunity to put the kettle on. We're not that far from lunch. I wonder, though, will we take lunch when the clock strikes 12, as is traditionally the case, because there was a 20-minute delay. Do you imagine that the umpires will say, let's take lunch at 20 past 12? Or is lunch an immovable feast?
Does cricket have added time? This will be that's the only added time I know for cricket is on the final day of the extra 30 minutes.
Well, they might start half an hour early tomorrow, which is often the case in Durban, Sahara Oval in Kingsmead. And it's definitely unfortunate because it looks like he's going off there. He's clamping his shoulder, so I wonder if it may be a dislocation in the shoulder. Maybe when he did land, his elbow slamming into the hard surface, the outfield here.
He let out a huge scream as he landed. We knew it was problems instantly. At least it's not a finger. Hopefully it's something that can be fixed, and we'll be able to get Jayden Seales coming back. Tevin Imlach now temporarily covering his place, and Tevin Imlach is probably one of the better fielders normally occupies backward point for the West Indies. Here he comes now. There's 5 balls remaining for Lewis. Does not matter, but it might. It really might. And it does matter. Shamon Lewis strikes and dismisses David Bedingham. He was looking to go big, the South African batter. He goes too big into the sky and straight into the hands of Shamar Joseph. It's 69 for 2.
Yeah, we've punted David Bedingham quite nicely there, and then he fell victim to a ball that didn't come onto him perhaps as quick as he'd like, playing that very early, and that's why it caught the edge high into the sky, and a simple catch in the end to complete it. So the second wicket falling for South Africa, 69 on the board and 15 overs gone, and the partnership's not able to build any real steam, unfortunately. So it's good for the West Indian A team. Making sure that they're picking up 2 wickets before lunch will certainly, and most positively for them, have their tails up going into the break.
It's a big psychological victory for the visitors, who get the wicket of David Bedingham, who was looking to cement his place and cement his name on the tongues of many South African fans and the selectors. He's gone for 5. He had scored 47 in the in his first match in the first innings, which is still his highest score in the series so far. But in welcomes Zubair Hamza, walking in at number 4. Zubair Hamza played and scored 30 runs in either innings when he was playing in Benoni. He looked good for either 30. Remember, in the second innings, he had a feast with Shamon Lewis's bowling, that he eventually got undone by the LBW of Kevin Sinclair on his birthday, Sinclair. So now Hamza, after missing the match in Buffalo Park, returns in Mangaung Oval. He faces Shamon Lewis. He still has 4 balls to go.
A brief time away from the game for Zubair Hamza. You'll be reminded that he is Test cap number 100. A special place in the history annals of South African Test cricket, and a debut, I believe, against Pakistan in 2019, when Dwan Ulufir also got his debut. Or was it 2018? But an opportunity to return to South Africa's Test lineup, and he was the incumbent number 3 until his time away from the game, and King Patterson came in a really turbulent time for the South African opening pair as well. King Patterson almost becoming an opener for South Africa in Test cricket for a while. We remember the West Indies series where South Africa toured the Caribbean, and it was a difficult time for the opening pair, much better suited these days.
It's a good start, that from Hamza. He continues where he left off in Benoni against Shamon Lewis. He crunches that for a beautiful wristy shot off his hip for 4 at the square leg boundary.
Yeah, just Lawrence Bailey mentioning that he thought that shot by David Bedingham should have been on the embankment, but he said, geez, David, and I thought he was referring to me having not played that stroke, but I know now that he means David Bedingham. I'm sitting comfortably in the shade here. They've spoiled us nicely here at Mangaung Oval.
Good movement that from Shamon Lewis, getting it to just tail away from Zubair Hamza. A well-guided leave from the batter. I think Shamon Lewis will just want to remain in those areas. Sometimes he does stray. What he was guilty of is that he was bowling it way wide in Benoni, being pounced on. Here, just going a little bit straighter. Well done from Hamza, and even better from the extra cover fielder, that is Johnson, who stops what would have been probably a boundary.
Yeah, good effort there. It's been a quiet day for the most part for the man in the covers. He's been a lone ranger in the covers. And, if you've been watching a lot of one-day cricket, there's obviously the CSA Domestic One-Day Cup that has recently been completed. The women's game is also very busy with their white ball series. And the men have just come back from the ICC Cricket World Cup in India, so plenty of white ball, but we're getting into the meat and potatoes of why we love cricket. Days in the sun, enjoying red ball cricket, clothed in white. The men in maroon, as they're affectionately known, having toured South Africa. At least it's far more favourable weather than they would have experienced this time of the year in the Caribbean, even though the Caribbean is far more amenable to those looking to wear shorts at this time of the year. But it is a glorious, glorious time of year for you to tour South Africa.
100%. Clouds in the sky just adding to the picture as well. It's not as if any chance of rain is going to come to us today, but will it rain runs or rain wickets? It's raining dots. And also very good bounce as well from Shamar Joseph. See, just working Hamza there for a little bit.
Yeah, 74 for 2 at the moment after 16 overs. These two having recently come together. A fight needed here from the South Africans, because the West Indies bowlers, after struggling early on this morning, they've now fought back with 2 crucial wickets.
South Africa looking to fight back with their own shots and stroke play. Zubair Hamza, if there's one thing we'll know from what we've seen over him for this season and last season whilst he was at Western Province, is his stroke playing. He's become so much more confident at it. He's become much more happier at scoring runs as well. It's not the, oh, I'm going to stick it out, I'm going to grunt. No, when the ball is there for him to hit, and he does so with a lot of class. It's a good ball from Lud, from Joseph. Reminiscent of the delivery that dismissed Brunt.
Another shot in that vacant region, and another boundary for South Africa A, and another boundary for Neil Brunt in that region. He loves to use his hands, just glide it away through that backward point region.
He moves to 39 now, nearing his runs into the 40s and nearing his 50, Neil Brunt, but it was too short, that from Joseph, looking to just test the helmet of Neil Brunt. Too wide as well to even try to do that. South Africa moves to 79 runs. Lewis will not be happy, Joseph rather will not be happy with that work. So he has to come here. Sometimes my tongue slips between Joseph and Lewis because of the similarities of their names. Shamar and Shamon, but Shamar is being hit through the covers, but it's just going to be kept down to 2.
You got to ask the question, when will these two change? Bowled 3 and 1 ball away from 4.
Beautiful, just beautiful. There's no other way to describe that shot from Neil Brunt. Too full from Lewis, from Joseph, And it's such easy pickings. Half volley for 4.
Well, he's just over pitched there. And that's why I asked the question. Rotation of bowlers is invaluable at this level, and your format dictates that you've got to manage your bowlers. This is the 3rd game. Perhaps some tired legs, a lot of overs under the belt for these bowlers, and by the end of a series like this, and certainly in testing conditions today, after preferably, I'm sure they would have wanted to have batted first. Nevertheless, they stand in the field and having to do the job. They've done very well, have the West Indies A bowlers this morning. 85 for 2 after 17.
Problem is, and as much as they're trying to bowl well, they just let loose all of those boundary deliveries every now and then. And speaking of tired legs, they step over once again. So Lewis having that problem, whether coming around the wicket, whether coming over the wicket.
It's almost reminiscent of Morne Morkel, who struggled with no ball bowling.
It's very surprising to see any of the West Indians struggling with their no balls. Like I said earlier on, it's definitely not been a problem for them having Sean Tate in their coaching lineup.
Bit of a Wayne movement there. So there is still something on offer. And something certainly to extract and not feel as perhaps complacent as you might think you could be, because at the end of a series like this, and there's so much to come, if you perform here, you could find yourself playing against India A in just a couple of days, and there'll be a change in the squad, no doubt, because of the call-ups of some of these guys to the national squad. And that was a wild swipe there from Zubair Hamza. From where we are seated, it looked like it just went on the bounce through to Joshua De Silva. It did take the edge, but just a bit of frustration there for the West Indian. There's 2 of those incidents this morning where the ball just falling short.
And when it did carry, it was put down at second slip. I think the best thing here for Lewis is to just find the length that he'll keep on working at. It feels like he's searching for a length to work on. Goes too full. The ball before was also too full. When he gets one on the area, he got the edge of Bedingham. Now he just needs to keep working on finding a consistent length, because it feels like he's happy with a wide-ish line.
Yeah, he's got to make sure that whilst he has the correct line, that the length is perhaps a little shorter than he wants. And he's also subconsciously trying to avoid the no ball as he pulls out of that one. Perhaps an extra gust of wind playing in his mind. You would have seen that as he ran into bowl, that umpire Arno Jacobs had his hat flapping in the wind. You don't want to lose your hat. Certainly would be a distraction for a bowler running in, let alone a batsman.
Looking to bend his back on that one is Lewis, like we saying, just searching for a length that he can keep on working at. So a couple of times getting cut and getting pulled away. He did eventually get a wicket through one of those short balls off Bedingham, but on an overall basis, wouldn't say that this is happy bowling from him, going at over 6 runs to the over.
2 balls remaining in Lewis's 4th over. 86 now for the loss of those 2 wickets. Van Tonder caught down the leg side, and Bedingham tried to pull a shot that just top edged, and he was also dismissed caught.
That's where he would look to be working on. Sherman Lewis is not the most pacey of bowlers in the world, therefore can't really expect a barrage of short deliveries which will get Zubair Hamza's feet shaking. It's the best thing that he can do, which is a lesson we've seen from Mihlali Mpongwana, who eventually got his lengths and lines working over the course of the series. That's why he got that call up to the ODI team as well. Is the fact that if you're lacking in that pace, just look to get it full enough, but short enough as well.
You almost think that it's an oxymoron, but to the trained eyes, we end 18 overs, 86 for 2. The point that we're trying to make is that it's full enough that you give the ball something to do, but it's short enough that you allow the ball to do something after it is bounced. And that's exactly what we're talking about, that perfect length of full enough that the ball can do something through the air, and short enough that the ball can do something once it is pitched.
It's exactly what you look to do as medium pacer, as any fast bowler actually, even as a spin bowler, which is what we're coming to see in action. The very talented Kevin Sinclair, Ravindra Jadeja-like, but right-armed. You'll see it for yourself, David. It's beautiful to watch. So consistent, so persistent, and his over rate is exorbitantly quick. He comes in now from the pavilion end.
And if you're confused, you'll see Johnson has been sent to retrieve helmets for the wicket-keeper Joshua De Silva and himself. If you're worried, you might have seen a 22 on his back. Yes, both he and Hodge have 22 on their back, just for extra confusion. This is the opposite of the effect. So let's paint the picture of the field. Mid off, mid on. Cover, extra cover. With extra cover in quite close. Backward point, first slip, forward short leg, square leg has now been summoned in the ring. Mid wicket and a wide mid on. It's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed brunt.
Normally we start off, you won't see a lot of flighted deliveries from Kevin Sinclair. You'll see a lot of straighter ones. You'll see a lot of changes in pace, just using a good length. He's very good at that. Is Kevin Sinclair is very tricky to get away because of that too.
Yeah, possibly the last over here before lunch. 11:58 is the local time here at the ground, and you'll know that
gorgeous. That's what we'll know. Just beauty is all we'll know. Dropped short this time from Kevin Sinclair. Not what he normally does, but Neil Brunt does what he does with short pitch deliveries. Creams that to the point boundary.
Yeah, you spoke about the brilliance with which Sinclair has been bowling, and then immediately drags it down. It's the nature of commentating on cricket. You'll find out the longer you watch cricket, the commentators have this uncanny knack of changing the game after complimenting a player.
And that's why we're just going to keep silent about what Neil Brunt is doing here. Just pairing it away as Sinclair continues on his job. The score is 90 for the loss of 2. Just looking to complete the over here with 1 ball remaining and look to complete the session, but until it's 12 o'clock, they can come in for another over.
Yeah, the umpire, Anna Jacobs, will walk his way through to the standing end, and if it reaches 12 before that, we'll go to lunch. If not, it will be lunch. It won't be lunch, rather. So it is an immovable feast.
Potential last ball. Quicker with the arm. Sees Neil Brunt defend it. And sees Joshua De Silva run across the end. And we will definitely get one more over. It's very couple of seconds until 12 o'clock. But not near enough. Umpire Jacobs keeps on staring at the scoreboard.
And he's safe. To quote baseball parlance, 11:59, and it was the entirety of 11:59, and there we go, 12 o'clock. So we'll squeeze in one final over before lunch. Sherman Lewis will do the honors, and there's almost some conversation that would be going on to say go, stop, you know, or maybe stop because you want you're fancying lunch, or
go because you want one more over to perhaps sneak a wicket before the end of the first session. 90 for 2 after 19.
The only lunch that Zubair Hamza wants is those types of deliveries. Short, straight, and he exercises his rights to pull that away. It's 4 runs in front of square.
Yeah, feasting upon that short delivery. We've seen a couple of good pull shots this morning. Players not afraid to utilize that shot. Unfortunately, what was David Biddingham's undoing. But Zubair Hamza, very comfortable.
Lacking the pace, Shaman Lewis, to bowl that ball that he wanted to bowl. You saw one of the short pitched stuff he bowled last over, the back of a length. He really grunted and puts extra effort, and it worked. That's what you have to do if you want to get it there. But that is not going to work. Wide one flashed from Zubair Hamza. It's a thick edge between slip and gully, or rather backward point and gully. It goes for 4 nonetheless.
Yeah, it's another one going in that region. You almost want to ask the question of whether they should put in a third man, but just getting the toe end of that one, or the bottom half of Zubair Hamza's bat. And the last thing the South Africans want to do is lose a wicket here before lunch. 98 for 2. And West Indies A would be jubilant, cock a hoop, if they could pick up a wicket.
Surely in their heads, some of the West Indians had already switched off, saying, yeah, it's lunchtime. But here's an over where Shaman Lewis has bowled 3 very lackluster deliveries. 1 too short, 1 a little bit too wide, although it did get an edge. 1 full tossed straight into the legs. So now we see the score on 98 runs for the loss of 2. Zubair Hamza on 14, Brunt on 49. And he gets 4 more runs, does Zubair Hamza, as he moves to 18. And what a glorious stroke to bring up the 100 for the South Africans.
Boy, oh boy, did he spank that delivery. Just set up comfortably for him, swatted it away, and it raced away to the point boundary. There was no other result possible from that one. Glorious, masterful stroke.
2 shorts, 2 wide again from Lewis. Zubair Hamza has an enormous strike rate versus Lewis. Just climbs onto him. He scored 4 boundaries off his bowling already in this game. He stands on 18 runs. It's 102 for the loss of 2. Soft hands. Just paring that down. Doesn't want to get another edge.
No, making sure just squashing that one into the wicket. 1 ball remaining before lunch, and the scent of lunch is wafting up to us here in the commentary box.
The only lunch that Shaman Lewis will want is that of Zubair Hamza on his plate, because he's been the meal so far between this contest. He's been looking like all sorts of deliciousness in the eyes of Zubair Hamza, and deciding to let that go to complete what has been an exciting and exhilarating session of cricket. With the big break that we saw because of the stoppage in the game, we only see 20 overs in this particular session, but boy oh boy did we see an incalculable amount of runs. Well, in terms of first cricket, because South Africa here are batting at 5 runs to the over. Will Neil Brunt very close to his 50 on 49, and Reynard van Tonder on 25. Hamza is on 18, but the bowling here has been the question, David.
Yeah, it's been a bit of hit and miss, really. Whilst the West Indian A team have picked up 2 vital wickets early here on day 1, with South Africa scoring at 5 runs at the over, they've really got to find a way, do West Indies A, to squeeze things after the lunch, and hope the South Africans are stuffed full and are feeling perhaps a bit sleepy. But it's been a brilliant first session here from the Mangaung Oval, and we will be back with you
just at about 20 minutes to 1 South African time. So please don't go too far. Keep your audio playing, and you'll know when we're back with you after lunch. And a welcome back to you all as we bring you South Africa A versus India A live from the Mangaung Oval. It is day one of the third and final unofficial test between these two sides. Play starting with South Africa winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bat. And the West Indies bowled for 17 minutes, and it allowed the play to be broken up because of a window that was reflecting awkwardly on, well, in the direction rather of Neil Brandt. It was 2 South African wickets that fell this morning. Reiner van Tonder dragged down the leg side, caught, but it's the first ball after lunch. Glorious stroke. Just leaned into that one and they can trot through for a single. Maybe the timing wasn't as ideal as he would have liked. And that's 50 runs for Neil Brandt, coming off of 64 deliveries, 7 fours to his name. And what a way to get underway after lunch. Shamar Joseph getting us underway after lunch, and he's given a bit of a free meal here to Zubair Hamza as they come back for 2. It's quite a large space out towards that offside, so a good punch that may result in a boundary elsewhere collects 2 for Zubair Hamza. He's on 20, and Neil Brandt, as I had mentioned, has gone to his 50. 105 for 2 after 20 overs. This partnership now worth 36. And immediately he sets off, does Zubair Hamza, overpitched. There's a chase on here at the straight boundary, collected comfortably in the end by Tevin Imlach, who came onto the park after Jaden Seals was injured in that first session of play, trying to stop a delivery, and he just jammed his elbow into the surface here. Despite the rain that they've had for the last couple of days, not as soft as you want when you're landing in that direction. Happy to leave that one through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, who's going to have a lot of key decisions to make when he uses his bowlers, how he uses his bowlers. It's just that one Sinclair over of spin before lunch. Will he persist with that after lunch, or will he give his fast bowlers an opportunity to go? Oh, half a chance. Really punched hard, and it fell short there of the man at cover. He's in a shortish position, still on the strip. Just falling short there. 2 slips a gully, catching cover mid-off mid-on, a deep point and a deep square leg. Tucked away off the pads of Zubair Hamza. That'll race away to the fine leg boundary. Good use of the pace of the delivery, and a most welcome boundary after lunch. End of the 21st. It's Nelson 111 for 2. These two almost unchanged in their approach after the luncheon interval. We're going at 5.1 to the over, and it's continuity is crucial. South Africa mindful that there could be some interruptions tomorrow, and particularly on Thursday, with the local expected rain percentage at 80%. New over from Jordan after the lunch break. 2 slips, a gully, cover, Miramirov, mid-wicket. Happy to let that one through to the wicket-keeper. Fine leg as well. Deep point as well after lunch. One for 2. With the South Africans batting as quickly as they are, you might, without context, think that the right way to go is to put the foot on the gas from ball 1. But the key is not losing wickets. As I mentioned, Van Tonder was caught strangled down the leg side, and Bedingham was a little bit too early on a pull stroke. Just popped up onto the onside and a simple catch. Disappointing somewhat, given the hype that's been built around somebody like David Bedingham. Good delivery there. Number 81 on his back, Akeem Jordan. Coming around the wicket to the left-handed Brunt. Trying to almost hide behind the umpire in his run up until just the last moment. Trying to unset the rhythm of Neil Brunt, who's got a well-deserved 50. And that's a bit of a fumble there in the cover region, which allows them to scamper back for the second. And if you're wondering what Neil Brunt's first-class figures look like before we came into this game, making his debut in 2015, 2,733 runs. His highest was 159 back in 2018-2019. This one's just down the leg side. 40.19 is his average. He's got 600s but 18 50s, which I'm sure the ratio of that will no doubt spur him on here today. He knows that he gets those starts and sometimes doesn't always kick on to those big scores. Especially as a captain, he'd love to put a performance in. That concludes the 22nd over. 113 for 2. Brunt on 52 and Zubair Hamza on 26. Partnership creeping up towards that 50 mark, and it's a vital partnership for South Africa, having lost wickets in fairly quick succession after the dismissal of Van Tonder. It wasn't that much longer after Bedingham came to the wicket that they lost their second. Not too heavy of a lunch for the South African air players, because they made sure they came out ready to keep that foot heavily planted on the gas.
You might wonder why the catching cover is in place. At mistimed stroke, the cutter delivery or a slower one that just pops up more than a batter would be expecting. Deep point and deep square leg coming now into the ring. And those are for the one where he really bends his back, puts his full effort into that heavy delivery. They've brought him to mid-wicket. Cut away. There's a man down there in the deep, so he'll just collect it. He's hit it too well, has Zubair Hamza. The question now is, at what point does Joshua Da Silva change the approach? 114 for 2, and South Africa going at 5.1. He'll feel confident enough in his bowlers, knowing that South Africa, scoring as quickly as they are, will mean opportunities will present themselves. That's far too wide for anybody to be bothered about. Perhaps trying to lure in a false stroke, a rash shot from Neil Brunt, but I certainly suspect it's the wrong person to try and get that to happen. It's very nuggety. And I know it's normally a sin to describe anybody but Dean Elgar in that manner, but he truly is. He's a fighter, Neil Brunt. Plays his cricket at Supersport Park for the Titans, and maybe has lured him in there, trying to defend that one and nearly taking the edge. And that's why Joshua Da Silva's persisting with those 2 slips in the gully, who's cut in half on your screen. Good stroke though, but doesn't really go anywhere. And that's the risk you take as a young cricketer. You play a glorious stroke and your coach says shot or good shot, but in reality in the field you might have a different result. You might think, but why is it that I'm able to smash it in the nets and look good textbook wise, and then I'm not able to convert it out on the park? As we end the 23rd over, 114 for 2. Just coming around for the final few deliveries of that over, trying to perhaps lure him in. Well, he's come around the wicket there, trying to force Neil Brunt to chase it if he wants to score, not giving him any opportunity to just put it away. And some might argue that it's negative bowling, but I don't think it is. I think it's playing to a plan to try and entice the false stroke. Standard ring field here for the beginning of Jordan's 7th over. He's been miserly, stingy in fact, only 16 from his 6 overs. Key to that is bowling consistent lines and lengths. All too often we see bowlers, when they're under pressure or their team is under pressure, and at 4.9 to the over, you would think that that's certainly on the mind of these West Indian cricketers. But backing yourself, be confident in that which has gotten you to this point. Immediately sets off does Hamza. Good call as well by Neil Brunt. Good teamwork there. They know that they cannot let the West Indian bowler settle into a line and length. So just 2 balls into the over, and immediately they want to get to the other end.
115 now for 2. As our score is back up and running. Thank you to our wonderful technical team. Deep point for Brunt and a fine leg out. Whipped away, square of the wicket. There's a lot of work for him to do here, but he's got quick feet. Not gonna let Neil Brunt get away with 3 runs. There's to Janaran Chandapal. Lightning quick across the outfield here. Somebody just asking in our comments for them to please hit a boundary. It's not so simple. The boundary on the leg side for the man on strike now, probably pushing that of 100 meters. If you're able to hit a boundary that direction, particularly with the man out there at fine leg being almost 10 meters off the boundary, I think that's a well-deserved boundary if it is to come that way. So presumably through the offside is where you might seek a welcome boundary. This is good bowling. This is really good bowling from Jordan. Really good stuff. Consistent lines and lengths. And the only way that the South Africans are able to get anything is through a bit of a drop and run opportunity. There is certainly vacant land out towards point, but those slippers and the gully will be waiting for a mistimed cut stroke. Bit of an exclamation of oi as that one went through to keeper De Silva. Not quite sure how that missed everything. So the end of the over, 116 for 2, 24 overs gone. Remember, South Africa decided that they would, South Africa A decided that they would have a bat this morning. Seeing how dry the wicket is, you can see it's a lovely tan color, and any moisture that was on offer due to the rain that's fallen over the last couple of days has dissipated quickly. Once again, this battle between Joseph and Brunt continues. A cat and mouse game between bowler and batsman. Mind games that go on. Because he'll be hoping, well, Joseph, Shamar Joseph, he pulls the handbrake on that one. He'll be hoping that he can force Neil Brunt into a position where he chases one and either gets the inside edge onto the stumps or catches the outside edge for the men waiting patiently. But if he does get it right here, Brunt, it will race to that cover boundary. Much short on the side, probably about 40 meters or so. And you'll see Brunt come across the stumps there quite a lot. He leans quite far over because he knows exactly where his off stump is and wants to make sure that it's well covered. Oh, that's the glorious delivery that he would have wanted. That's the one. Away, away, away. And then just that one that beats the outside half of the bat. Brunt just walking away. He'll have a quiet word with himself. Hamza also coming down the wicket, gardening. Perhaps a word of encouragement for his South Africa A captain. You can almost sense something brewing here in this competition between these two, batter and bowler. And this time Brunt gets well behind it. Solid defense. Two men out on the leg side. Mid wicket and fine leg. So barring mid on, there's a chasm of land. Vast open spaces. Trying to guide this down to third man is Brunt. And that's exactly what Joseph wants. He wants him to play in that leg side region. Coming around the wicket, trying to get him to chase. Just play across the line, maybe a leading edge for a caught and bowled, or caught maybe at mid-on. Play around the line, leg before wicket, maybe through the gate bowled. Again a wider one there. Brunt all too happy to leave that one. And 25 overs gone. 1-1-6 for 2. Loving the good work that you guys are doing here in the comments. Sharing your thoughts. Excellent delivery, very good delivery. Just commenting on some of the deliveries here. Some of you predicting some of your thoughts of where this game will go. And maybe it's a good opportunity now for you to perhaps put a guess in the comments of our YouTube stream and tell us, what do you think is a total that South Africa A will be happy with? This is a batting wicket, so it will only get better as the game goes on. You might think with somebody like Reinhard van Tonder in the side, he'll be valuable in his assistance in placing the fields along with his captain, maybe guiding wicketkeeper Fontaine in where he should be assisting. Hardus Viljoen, long-time experienced campaigner. His insight will also be valuable when South Africa do come out to bowl. So maybe just put your guess in the comments. Abhishek is suggesting maybe South Africa should pick up the pace. Although we're going at 5.1 to the over. And since then it's 4.6, so not unreasonable. Still a lot quicker than most long format games. Hands on head stuff here. Certainly feeling like these two are looking to frustrate Neil Brunt, get under the skin, don't give him any scoring options. Just one from the over thus far. At 117 for 2. Could there be something? Round the wicket. And again, lovely defensive stroke. Reminds me of a comment Peter Malan made when he got his national call-up. Long-time servant of domestic cricket in South Africa and a former SAA captain. He spoke about where the real challenge was in terms of professional cricket. He said playing at international level is far simpler than playing at this level. Why? Because the crowd is behind you.
or against you. And so you can either feed off of that or let it inspire you. But at SAA and domestic first class cricket, all too often it happens that a player gets in his own mind. He's fighting for his career. Brunt just replacing the bails. Hopefully he's not putting a Stuart Broad and switching them up, because we know what happened after that. Jordan again round the wicket, almost appearing like a jack-in-a-box from behind umpire Arno Jacobs. It's a glorious over, very well bowled, one from it. And the West Indies A team have been so much better after the lunch break, making sure that they squeeze every opportunity for a dot. Abhishek mentioning that it is a 4-day game and they can't afford to be playing like it's 5. Somebody else suggesting that David Bedingham should have batted at 4. Well, I certainly thought it was Zubair Hamza that came to the wicket when the first one went down. Joseph beginning his 8. He's got 1 for 34. After this lunch interval, often you find the case that around the intervals, be it drinks or lunch, tea, as the bails come off once again, they might need to dispense with those bails and seek out the heavy ones. There's a stiff breeze across the ground. Going to be helpful for the bowlers here, keep them cool in this heat. And again, that wider delivery, Zubair Hamza knowing what awaits him, just happy to leave that one alone. It's just a brief intermission here as Joshua De Silva has his shoelaces tied. He hopefully doesn't have his shoes tied together. Some teammates sometimes do that. It's a bit of comedic humor, but this is professional cricket. We continue. He's played that one onto his front pad, has Zubair Hamza, looking behind him, but I think he should be looking at the wicket instead. Brunt just mentioning to him that he's got to be mindful of the bounce here. There's still something on offer, but bowler's certainly having to work for it. Change in the field. Mid-wicket going out to deep square, so will it be a double bluff or will there be the expected short delivery? Just tucks this away off his hips. Awkwardly fended off, and that's why you see the man himself, Joseph, with hands on head. But the rotation of strike is going to be crucial here for the South Africans. Because what it does is it certainly extends the over, gives them an opportunity to reset. No ball. No. The same issue. That brings up the 50 partnership for these two. It's a pity it's come off of a no ball. Hamza contributing 30 and Neil Brunt 18, and it shows exactly what work that Zubair Hamza has done and how Neil Brunt has taken a little bit of a back seat in this partnership. By no means a
a stowaway on board this partnership. Another one where he just pulls the handbrake. Just the shift of strike, just from the right-handers to the left-handers, just changed the momentum of this over. And those will be leg buys. Loud thud into the thigh pad. Umpire Sipilele Gasa signaling, keeping his colleague busy as well. Nice casual stroll from square leg to square leg. But suddenly in this over, it's a strange shift. Not a complete seesaw from one to the other, but the ability to rotate strike here is going to be vital. Outside edge, and then eventually he's given. He slashed at it. There wasn't a loud nick, just a faint nick. Wafted his bat at it. Zubair Hamza really not happy with umpire Sipilele Gasa. Maybe just asking the question, did I genuinely hit it? Because I don't feel like I did. But the West Indies A guys were convinced. Still remonstrating is Zubair Hamza. He doesn't feel like he's hit it. He's gone for 30 from 38 deliveries, 5 fours to his name, and a lovely little partnership has been snuffed out. South Africa lose their third. It's 120 for 3. I said that the momentum was switching. A nice little competition being built. West Indies A were confident of it. I wasn't so certain of it myself. I like Zubair Hamza. Didn't really hear anything prodigious. Oh, and he's really upset. He's remonstrating in the dugout. Perhaps he should be careful of how he carries himself. But a good way to end the over for West Indies A. They've stolen a wicket against the run of play, and perhaps at the right time they've picked up a wicket. Kailihle Zondo is the new man who strides to the wicket. I was talking about long-term servants of South African cricket in Pieter Malan. But Kai Zondo, the famous number 73 on his back, walks out to the wicket at a vital time for South Africa, a 3 down for 120, and Neil Brunt, the stalwart here. And 2 senior men within this side. If there was a time to put another 100 partnership on and really put this game to the sword, it will be now. Joseph beginning his 9th. Hakeem Jordan rather is the change of bowling. Rather, Joseph finished his last over. Jordan, stingy with runs, miserly. He comes over the wicket. Great punch by Neil Brunt. They're going to have to run hard here if they want to pick up 3, as will the man down there in the deep. And they'll get 2 for it. Brunt was looking for the 3rd. Zondo says, just hang on a second, please. I've just strode to the wicket. I'm not quite in the mindset yet. You retain the strike. I want to have a look from the other end. Good persistent bowling from these 2 bowlers. Outside off, outside off, outside off. 1 or 2 deliveries into the pads, nothing wayward. And a wicket is so desperately needed and welcome. They'll feel confident, will the West Indies A's. And now with the wicket, suddenly the volume around the field is elevated. 122 for 3 in the 28th over of this morning's play. And a couple of words there. Just a conversation with Neil Brunt. Not interested. He strides away out towards square leg, nearly disappearing from your images. Talking about Zondo and coming back to that and his time in domestic cricket. Great stroke. Was in the air for half a second, just going under the hands of the man there in the covers. And that's the boundary that was wanted by one of you in the comments. And South Africa won't say no to that. Takes Brunt to 59 and the score to 126 for 3. Zondo making his debut in 2007, 2008, 146 matches to his name. The only one who's played more games is Dane Patterson, making his debut in the 2009-10 series. Averaging 31.5 is Zondo. Getting a double 100 versus Western Province at Newlands last year, 21-22 season, 203. He's got 6,785 runs to his name. The only one who has more runs than him is Patterson. In this South Africa A side. Bedingham and Hamza following close behind. What a stroke. Even try to admire it for a bit and then realize that boundary is very long, and if they're going to get runs, they're going to have to get going, and they come back for the third comfortably. In the end, it was a diving attempt down there at long off, and then he had to pick it up and retrieve it. When the boundary is so far, you can almost expect to get one as a freebie, if you will, if not for the arm, but for the diving effort. .28 overs complete, 129 for 3. And you might think that with the wicket of Hamza falling, particularly when they just got into their 50 partnership, it's leaning towards West Indies A on day one. Nevertheless, South Africa A are scoring at 4.6 to the over. In a hurried pace. But as I said, there's some rain suggested for tomorrow as mid-wicket makes his way up into where you would imagine the ring to be for a one-day field. Fine leg and deep point are the men out. 2 slips a gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. Coming around the wicket to start a new over. Catch! And he's got him! Just fending at one. I told you he wants him to go after that one, and I suggested it wasn't Brunt to be the man to do it. But the 4th wicket now having fallen, and South Africa after lunch under some pressure from good bowling lose their captain. Just a rash shot, poked his bat out there, Simple catch at second slip. And victory at last. Persistent bowling from Joseph. Brunt goes for 62 from 93 deliveries. 8 fours to his name. And with the boundary being as far as it is indeed a long walk of disappointment. 3 wickets for Joseph in this innings. He's been tireless and controlled. New man striding to the wicket. Ruan de Swardt. Made his debut 2018-2019. 28 matches to his name. He's got 1,363 runs. His best was 124 in 2018-2019 in the self-same venue where they played the previous 4-day unofficial test. But like David Bedingham, he's averaging 50.48, 850s and 300s to his name. And again, I'll say it, partnerships are going to be crucial. With the surprise wicket of Zubair Hamza and then Neil Brunt chasing one outside the off stump, South Africa with 2 new men at the crease, and it's going to be consistent performances over a number of overs that will hopefully help build the South African innings back up. Great bit of bowling from Joseph. He's got his third for just 36 in his 8.1 overs. Asking for centre is Ruan de Swardt. This field is unchanged for the new man. Zubair Hamza could possibly feel aggrieved, but Neil Brunt was his own undoing. What a cork over delivery to begin. An absolute perler. Swardt strolling down the wicket to a length to prize out where it is exactly that ball landed, trying to flatten it. Trying to eliminate demons. And this is what was sorely lacking in that first session of play, because West Indies A were bowling with so much recklessness, and then again they come in with another peach of a delivery. And I don't think de Swardt knows too much about what's coming out of the hand here. Glorious length. And just making sure the ball is doing the talking. South Africa trying to live by the sword, and it was working, you could argue, before the luncheon interval, but since then they've got into their shell because of the consistent good bowling from these West Indian pair. Just squeezed away to the left hand of Gully. They'll pick up 2 and think about a third, but consider against it. And that's something that Joseph will be happy with. It's gone on the bounce past the left hand of Gully. All it needs is to take an edge. And then he's under pressure is young de Swardt. You might feel confident as a South African A fan, or a South African fan in general, that Kai Zondo's on the other end to maybe nurse him in this difficult time. And that one outside edge all along the ground, just the toe end of the bat, trying to punch that through the covers. Maybe thinking against it is the way to go. Every delivery he's coming out to that space there and frantically gardening it. Some of our fans in the comments smell another wicket. I wonder what that does have a whiff like. I wonder what
a wicket smells like. Is it your favorite? Maybe it's fuel, freshly cut grass, home cooking. And again, just a solid defense there. This time he gets the placement right and is able to get to the other end, but not able to avoid the barrage, as while he may get a single, he will then continue to face up to this West Indian pair. They've done so well after lunch, have the West Indian bowlers. Consistent line and length. Exactly. Somebody said venomous bowling. Keep them guessing. The question is, how long will they continue? How long will South African A batters have to survive? Hakeem Jordan. Another over. Another opportunity to pick up a wicket. And while he hasn't got any to his name, he certainly could share 50-50 with Joseph, particularly after lunch. We talk about batting partnerships being vital, but it's also bowling partnerships that set up success. We think of Lee and McGrath for Australia, Ndini and Donald for South Africa. Ambrose and Walsh for the West Indies of times gone by. Just comes into him and tucks that away off the hip. And possibly looking to attack the batting. Rather the batsman. Zondo finally gets an opportunity to face. He's had a front row seat closer than we do to the skill at the other end. How will he measure up? The most senior man in the South African A side, as I mentioned when he came out to bat, 2008, 2009. 2007, 2008, forgive me. Cast your mind that far back. South Africa beating Australia and England for the first time in a long time, if not ever. Just dots this down onto the offside. That's the senior man. That's the sensible option. I remember, if I cast my mind back to 2008 when Makine took the wicket of Matthew Hayden, and then almost immediately picking up Ricky Ponting for a duck. Boy, oh boy, was that a dramatic moment in South African cricket. I remember being awake, and I think probably it was 2 in the morning, day one. Always produced drama. Slashed away. This has gone square of the wicket. There's a man out there. He's going to have to do a lot of work to cut it off, and he doesn't. It's 4 runs. Valiant attempt diving there. He didn't really have to move that far, but the timing was splendid. Just cut it away and made sure he got the intended result. Swashbuckling is what you could use to describe the South African innings. They've been at over 4.5. Comparatively, if you think of T20 cricket, it's nowhere near that. There's a bit of a hide and go seek with the ball. I think he's found it, and now having to go on his knees and roll over the covers so as not to let his spikes puncture the covers. I'm sure the groundsman will give him an ice cold Coke at the end of the day, or perhaps another beverage, just to say thank you for not puncturing my covers. Sometimes players don't always respect that. Just wanted to know if he needed to be a little bit more square, Kevin Sinclair. Wicket hardening up here as we get into the real difficult phase of the day in terms of the heat. This is where the sun will be at its highest after lunch, beating down,
And this is where your mind starts to play tricks, particularly when there's 2 new batters at the wicket. And 2 bowlers that are steaming in, fired up. Maybe a bit of extra spice on their lunch with the West Indies. Came out firing here in post-lunch session. And at 4 down, 2 new men at the crease. Time for a counter punch. Might have been that if he'd played a little bit later. Swardt. Nevertheless, it's a good over once again, and the end from it, just the 6, but perhaps not showing its true colours with that over. 138 for 4 after 30. Zondo, somebody who's had a bit of a renaissance in his career, struggled for a couple of years, was in and out of the South African side.
But now that he's made his way back, he has to face this music of Joseph. Sat in silence here, David, just in awe, literally speechless.
These 2 have conducted a symphony of magic to wonder the eyes with their fast bowling after lunch.
It's melodic. The eyes have no choice but to watch.
And the question I asked prior to lunch and almost immediately after lunch is, South Africa A going at 5.1 to the over. When will Joshua De Silva dispense with his attacking fielders? And it's almost that game of chicken as a test batsman and a test captain. Because as a batsman, you've got to have your wits about you, able to weather the storm. And as a captain, having confidence your bowlers will execute.
But the big thing here for Joshua De Silva is that he's seen that his bowlers are executing. So it's much more easier for him to back his bowlers up. We've seen a couple of edges from Rwanda Swart's bat off the bowling of Joseph, who seems to have a good hand against the left-handers coming around the wicket with that ball, nipping away from them. We've seen a couple of those edges go through that slip cordon, though some of them through the ground, some of them over the top. It just shows the consistency and the battery of the stumps that Joseph is showing here.
Excuse me. We spoke about the importance of being consistent with your lines and lengths in this format of the game. You can get away with a little bit more varying in your lines and lengths when you play white cricket, especially with T20. You can bowl a whole mixed bag of tumble dryer type deliveries. You never know what's going to pop out. But in this format of the game, 4-day cricket, first class cricket, 5-day cricket, you really have to be consistent with lines and lengths. You build pressure over time and not with the bang. Change in the field, mid-wicket, turns and trots to head out to the deep square boundary. He's not all the way there, he's about 10 meters in off of that boundary.
And on to that point that you speak of here, David, a lot of the people in the comments talking about his run rate is slow. A lot of people saying, okay, next ball is going to be 4, next ball is going to be 6, next ball is out.
Yeah, they're going to score 500.
Because it doesn't work like that. The game is pure strategy over the whole course of the day. You have 90 overs to plan how you're going to take 10 batters out. You have 90 overs to see how you're going to keep scoring the runs, die the ball down, tire the bowlers out, and choose good deliveries to score off and brilliant deliveries to let go, just like Zondo did to end over number 31.
138 for 4 in this partnership with Butter Blossoming 9. And how much longer do you think this will continue was the question that I've asked, and it's going to end now with these two bowlers because Jordan will have a rest and Sherman Lewis will take over the mantle from the Loch Logan end.
The loss of Jaden Seals is slowly going to start to creep in and show for the West Indians. They're going to eventually have to turn to their all-rounder Kevin Hodge, who hasn't had the bestest or longest of time with the ball in order to show his true depth of skill.
Overs under your belt are crucial as a bowler, and particularly in the longer format.
Definitely.
You could squeak away in the short stuff as the field change is happening. Deep point and a deep mid wicket, fine leg, and everybody's off the boundary at least by 10 meters, barring the man down at deep mid wicket. And the cover fielder that was walking in hard earlier is now hanging back.
Rondo Swardt has shown more intent and shown that he wants to score a lot of runs, given some of the edges that he's gotten over Shamar Lewis, given even that beautiful drive. It was in the air for just a little bit, but it eventually went to the boundary. Such was the placement and power behind it. So here, Shaman Lewis looking to draw that drive out of him again, baiting him with those delicious half volley looking like.
And it's just that length that you might think for half a second this is playable, and that was the undoing of Neil Brunt.
This time just bringing it straight up, because like you said, just standing back a little bit at mid-on and mid-off, able to squeeze that out.
Yeah, it's a good bit of running there from these two. Awareness that the man was flat-footed there. Just somewhat of a lull after the wicket has fallen, but you don't imagine for even half a second that the West Indies A men will feel like this game has shifted in any direction but into their favour. Change of batsman doesn't mean a change in the field. Very wide mid-on here for the man coming over the wickets to the right hand. I'm surprised that he is just that wide. Glorious stroke there by Kaya Zondo. Just helps it on its way. Just a little bunt or a chip, if you will, if you were using tennis parlance. And that is the first short ball of the over.
It looks in control, Kaya Zondo. To be fair, he's looked in control against the seam bowlers during the course of the first match that he played in Buffalo Park. His undoing was in both innings was the spin of Sinclair and the spin of Kevin Hodge. Maybe something that Joshua De Silva can think about, because you see as he glided into that hook shot, never looked troubled.
Down the leg side, it's a great take by De Silva. Almost for a moment looked like it may be a repeat of Reinhard van Tonde's dismissal. But it's a good take. It's always difficult when you are a wicket keeper and the left-handed batter is facing, and then you have to go all the way across to that leg side to take the delivery. Shows the skill of Joshua De Silva.
Doesn't help also that the wind that's blowing is blowing the ball with the swing.
Yes, from left to right on your screen. Yeah.
So now he has to dive even further.
It's another delivery where the West Indies A bowlers are pulling out. It's been a common theme today, and I understand when there's quite a serious bluster of wind, but what do you think it may be? I'm not sure. Maybe just the slope of the field. Perhaps they're not enjoying running up or downhill. Maybe it's an opportunity for them to just reset. Perhaps insects. It is summer. That's the risk you're going to take.
And to be fair, Shaman Lewis has been quite guilty of a couple of no balls throughout the course of the innings. So believe now that when he feels that something is wrong as I'm running in, rather than follow through with the delivery, pull back, start all over again, see that you're going to get it away.
And Caribbean Cricket Podcast, Movements. That's what he's commented, obviously making reference to the fact that the West Indies A gentlemen have been taking wickets with regularity. And again, he pulls up here, obviously feeling that his rhythm is not correct.
Definitely hasn't found what he wanted to find here today. Going but going at just a touch of 7 runs to the over. Did get the wickets of David Bedingham. Sketchy shots. However, apart from that, looks like there's a drizzle of rain here.
Are we certain? Yes, light drizzle of rain falls upon the roof here, which is baffling since, as you can see, we're bathed in glorious sunshine. Good gracious. Wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva raced off the park, perhaps wanting to get a fresh pair of socks, or maybe he wants a clean pair of inners. So we'll take a brief respite as the rain falls for all of 60 seconds, but the fact they've gone off means that we'll have an intermission, perhaps an opportunity for drinks as well. And so with the end of that over, 140 for 4 after 32.
drinks are back. So is Shamar Joseph, and so is the running from Kaya Zondo. We return back with runs off the bat of the veteran who's just been keeping it steady with his steady singles. He now moves to 3 runs, and ever since he's gotten that first run, it seems like it's just a little bit of a procession for him. However, it will be happiness for Shamar Joseph because he's been having a delectable time versus the left-handers. Swardt will need to gather himself. He will want to get that 50. He got 42 in the second innings in the last match in Buffalo Park. And now he'll probably want to convert one of those. He's boosted his average because of his performances in Buffalo Park. It came in the beginning of the season at 51.5 runs. Over the course of the season, the 2 matches as he plays for the Northwest Dragons, he lost that average going down to 49, but due to his performances now, it's back up to 50.2. So he's a very strong all-rounder, Swardt. Hand-eye coordination is sweet as he plays that away from his body. Exactly what Shamar Joseph wants. But it shows that he's hungry for runs, Swardt. Just like he's also hungry for wickets when he's charging down the crease. But the man who has a taste of appetite of wickets is Shamar Joseph. Taken 3, he might cause a run out. Swardt, as we said, hungry for the runs.
Almost too eager to get those runs. It's the risk you're going to take.
But it's a risk that did not pay any dividends for either team. Goes nicely and straight up at the wrists, and whipping action from Swardt, keeping it in order. Piddled around there and easy. That's how you get a single, RDS. Nice and easy. Waiting for the ball that will offer that single back to Kaya Zondo, and that's what they want to do here, David. Just taking those ones. Not every one will be a boundary ball, and certainly not every ball will be a wicket-taking delivery, as we see the end of over number 33. The score is 142 for 4. Right.
Swardt looking for his off stump here, trying to mark it out. Still feeling a little bit busier at the crease. Trying to maybe remain positive. Doesn't want to be stifled here. The run rate dropping to 4.3 to the over. And again, it's pulled out here, Lewis. Must be so frustrating for the batters.
It's an expansion of his own energy as well, Shamar Lewis. It's just at the beginning of the day in 33 overs. I mean, it's the second session. But as the day goes long and it draws longer, you'll start eventually feeling not completing those deliveries.
half a chance there. But I don't think de Swardt knew all that much about it. And neither did Lewis for that matter. It was a shout of catch it. It was almost something that bobbled up, bat pad, and presented something. Perhaps if it were a slower bowler and there was a man under the helmet, you might sneak a wicket there. Hopeful, rather.
The ball also just being dirty on that good length. And it has been playing wild tricks for Shamon Lewis within that area when he bowls it there. Problem is, he's just been venturing around the crease a lot. And just need to find the area where he'll just be his X, marking the spot. Boom, 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 boom.
And again, pulling the handbrake there. I wonder if there's going to be a conversation at some point by Rowan de Swardt or maybe Kai Zondo to say, mate, you've got to stop that.
Could use it as actually a psychological battle.
Precisely, and that's why I would get irritated as the man on strike. How many times are you going to do it in the over? The man will hopefully be able to reset. I wonder if that's a drop catch by Captain Joshua De Silva. And he's saying it's gone on the bounce. The man at point is yowling and yelping and hooping. Yoo-hoo is essentially what we're hearing.
That's
Kevin Sinclair.
Definitely. No one else. If it's not him, it's Jaden Seals.
Yoo-hoo.
They're the loudest.
You might hear that, yeah.
They're always chirping, always lively. Much like a Tsepomoreki for South Africa. But he's not playing in this match. Kevin Sinclair definitely is, if you can hear him.
Short, hammered away. Defiant and bullish. Great stroke from Rowan de Swardt. Smashed away to the boundary. Glorious stroke for 4.
Easy pickings. Just set up for him. Said, Ruan, please, do what you wish with me. And so he did. He really tried, though. Tevin Imlak at the deep, who came in for Jaden Seals. Luckily, he didn't hurt himself, Imlak. But the ball did hurt the boundary.
That looked like it hit him on the shoulder. They're trying to claim that one. And I don't think with any stretch of the imagination you can ask for a wicket there. But that's the intent that we like to see from fast bowlers. They get pulled away. And a great answer from Lewis. Just hitting de Swardt on the shoulder on its way through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva.
Previous one sat up for him nicely. This one sat up for him not so nicely. Did well to get his bat underneath. Did well to get his head underneath as well, because we know when the ball hits the helmet, it will be an automatic stop in the game to do a concussion test. You've already had 3 balls being stopped by the bowlers abandoning his run-up. You don't want another pause in play as well to break your tempo.
Now that is exactly what you want in a game of 4-day cricket. Unofficial test match, bumpers, 4 runs, and what a response. On the back foot, punches it straight down the ground, and it skittles away to the boundary. And that's South Africa's 150 coming in the 34th over, 21 fours. 209 deliveries is how long it took.
We know that it's December, but now Lewis is already wrapping up some of these deliveries in some delicious gift wrap. Of course, Rowan de Swardt is going to pounce on those. A very good looking stroke from that full toss.
Again, a fuller delivery. This time de Swardt not able to make the most of it. 34 gone, 150 for 4. Somebody was asking in the comments, Ayanda, saying, is there a follow-on in a 4-day test match format? Yes. However, the first team that chooses to bat needs to complete the innings first. That's chief among the questions. Double helmets making their way onto the park, so we'll have a change in bowling from the pavilion end, and it'll be Kevin Sinclair, Mr. Woohoo, as we've named him.
He came in, just got hit for a 4, and then now he's back. Had a good steady over.
Just that one before lunch, trying to steal away an over, and they were hoping that he could squeeze one out. Leg slip, forward short leg, and now they've changed their mind. It'll be a conventional slip, forward short leg, deep square leg. Excuse me, mid wicket. Cover, extra cover. Backward point mid off. And the man at extra cover is a little bit closer in, perhaps for the missed time shot. He goes over the wicket to Zondo. Just tucks this away onto the onside.
Does a nice easy single anytime he chooses to use that delivery, Kaya Zondo. Especially with Sinclair coming around the wicket, coming to his pads, or rather bowling to his pads. It's going to be easy for him to just tuck that away because there's only that short square leg. Then there's no one else behind him right up until deep square leg. So Kaya Zondo might have easy pickings, but this is going to be the challenge.
Wonder if Sinclair does get a wicket here and he'll celebrate with a yowl or a hoop or a woohoo.
Let's just say he has a lot of personality.
Really put his back into that one, try to bowl it much quicker. It was almost a hesitation as well, a stutter step in that last one. And you will be certain of the fact that forward short leg is also going to have a word.
Of course, it's going to be the new inductee under the helmets, Johnson.
Not all that much on offer off the surface, but bowling that quicker pace will allow him to get the ball to skid on, maybe extract a little bit of bounce. Maybe a first slip can catch. Almost in two minds there was the Swardt. Thought about preempting a shot coming forward, but in the end sense prevailed and just playing that one off the back foot. And Sinclair being utilised as one of the bowlers because Jaden Seals was injured fairly early on. He'd only bowled the 5 overs and attempting to do some fielding the mid-on region, dived onto the turf to try and stop it, and immediately there was a shout in pain. He wasn't happy and was clutching his shoulder as he was escorted off. Hopefully we'll see him once again in this game, but I can't be so certain. It couldn't imagine what pain it may have caused him, and hopefully it's not a bone, but perhaps just a ligament that's strained.
The hurtful thing about Jaden Seals is the fact that he does come back from that injury. Missed out on the opportunity to play in the County Division 1 at Surrey. Would have been an awesome opportunity for a man as young as 22 years old. Just broke in to the West Indian setup, has played 10 test matches, got 37 wickets for those 10 matches, averaging under 25, which is pretty good for someone who's as young as 22 years old starting off his career. So it's going to be a big blow for him, having come back already looking ramped up to play. Now again he's out.
And if you're wondering
whether or not Kai Zondo is confident in his stance. He's almost standing at a 45-degree angle to that of the crease. But what you'll see, if you just really focus in on him here, is that he gets that front foot in line, so he's completely in the correct position, side on, by the time the ball is bowled. But he's almost open, not as bad as Fawad Alam, and that one goes on the bounce to first slip. It's the third time that's happened, and the second to first slip. Just leering his bat out there, and immediately the Swardt wants to have a word with Kai Zondo.
What we saw with the South Africans in the first 2 test matches is the usage of Keegan Peterson in the slip cordon. What they do is that they push Keegan Peterson up, a couple of feet up, even beyond the wicket keeper, and then he'd be in a helmet, looking to make sure that those balls that don't carry can dive for them as well. So maybe something for the West Indians to ponder about, or even just shift a couple of inches upwards as well.
Again, the handbrake.
What is frustrating here, probably for Lewis as well, the captain Da Silva, and the rest of the West Indians, is that Shaman Lewis is giving you all every season in one day. When the ball hits the right areas, he gets those edges, he gets the batter to defend and feel uncomfortable, but those balls are so far in between. And then he has that tendency for that handbrake, which also frustrates him on top of that.
Kai Zondo just getting far across his stumps there and removing his bat from danger there.
Did really well not to touch that one. See, when he gets the good stuff going here, Lewis, it's really nice to look at. You like, yes, Lewis, this is why you are playing all 3 matches. But then it's like, yes, play all these 3 matches so that we can see you do this over and over and over again, because seemingly it's a struggle. So now he's strung 2 together. I'm touching wood so that I don't curse him, so that he can continue.
Oh, just a soft pair of hands from Kai Zondo. Dots this down to that third man boundary, and it frustratingly rolls over the rope, just out of the reach of the man chasing it down there at the third man region.
That is brilliantly played from Zondo. Enough pace behind it so that he has time to just think about it. He had the length to work it, and then he just gently calmed that down into the space between the second slip and the gully. Very intentional shots from Kai Zondo. Just going a little bit short, a little bit wide, trying to imitate the ball before, which just didn't happen.
Poor McCaskey's gone to fetch that one, and immediately he's expected to focus. Almost a third slip now. I don't know if you could quite consider it gully. And this one hits the pad, and that'll trundle away down to fine leg, and it'll be leg buys. No? Umpire Arun Jacobs saying it's come off the bat. Well, hands on hips rather, to conclude that over. And South Africa 156 for 4.
Zondo there, just signaling to run to Swardt. Hey, that one skidded and came back in nicely to me. Luckily enough to find a feather that umpire Jacobs heard. But that's the thing with Lewis again, looking to get it right, which he did in a couple of deliveries there. It's just a very well played shot from Kaya Zondo, which he could have let alone, but rather saw a scoring opportunity to get 4. So slowly and slowly, Lewis getting his rhythm going, but Zondo on the other hand also getting his work going at 9 in 16 deliveries.
Sinclair to begin a new over. And there's a bit of discussion here before the over begins as to who is where. You can see the catches in your images, but off screen there's a bit of a short 45 in the ring, and square leg was at fine leg, is now very square on the onside. Other than that, backward point, shortish cover, mid off, mid on, and a close in mid wicket. Zondo, big stride in there, just opens the blade, and this will run down to the vacant third man region. Backward point having to come round to collect it.
It's a good variation of length from Sinclair, throwing Zondo forward with nice full pitch deliveries and then dropping one short, and Zondo drawn into that front foot, slightly getting an edge.
Inside out, straight to the man, got him. A cartwheel and a forward flip as well. Sinclair celebrates, and the West Indies have another.
Fantastic work from Sinclair here, luring that shot from Ruan Swardt. Swardt throughout his entire course of that innings has been enjoying pressing that accelerator on the drive. He drives one too many as he falls for 18 runs from 32 deliveries. He had scored 3 fours, but now is gone. It was straight to Hakeem Jordan. He almost made a fumble of it, Hakeem Jordan, but he was able to make the second chance count. It's now halfway through the batting lineup for the South Africans.
Yeah, 157 for 5, and South Africa, after getting partnerships, not really converting in this game. A couple of soft dismissals, you could argue, as well, but it's been persistent in the way that they've got around planning the downfall of the South African batsman. And the SAA captain, Bloemfontein, he's been like a fine wine behind the stumps, but now his opportunity comes with the bat. Not batting at 3, but wearing a number 3.
Played very well in the first match, scoring that half century. Just away from his phenomenal wicket keeping, which has been splendid. He's already has 3 stumpings under his name in this series, which is quite ridiculous. He's been saving a lot of runs for South Africa, barely giving anything away. So he now has to come and show that form off with the bat, because last season he was very impressive, scoring at an average of 57 runs, was averaging 56 and a half. So he's one of those people who can say that currently his first-class career record doesn't really justify the game that he possesses at this stage of his career.
And like I said, he's aged like a fine wine, because coming into this, he's got 17 50s and 200s, but averaging 27.6 after 71 innings. And this is now somewhat of a phoenix rising from the ashes type series for Bloemfontein.
Has to be busy. 2 players who like rotating the strike, like for like.
Pushed out hard into the covers. Great bit of fielding to cut it off. But crucially for Fortuyn, he's at the other end.
Very important partnership here for the South Africans. The West Indies have their tail up, seeing that they can sniff their way into the bottom half of the South African order.
Solid defense there from Zondo. He has to build here. And barring Neil Brandt, South Africa getting starts but not able to materialize with any one particular batter. And they'll be frustrated with that as we end the 37th, 158 for 5 There's supposed to be 53 overs left in the day, but at 2:15, you probably would stretch to get perhaps 30 or so overs left.
Probably lost an equivalent of around 10 overs because of that stoppage of play we saw in the first session. We only got 20 overs in. So the expectation here is that this session is going to take us to 50 overs. So most likely we might just see the new ball come in and for a couple of overs, and then that would be the end of the day's play. But it seems like all of the West Indians have caught on to Kevin Sinclair's yoo-hoo.
Yeah, 37 overs gone. This ball has still got a long way to go. It's at the end of 40. There'll still be 40 more to go before a new egg, and so we might not actually get a new ball before the end of the day.
Remember how I was saying that when West Indies were 9 wickets down, and in them being 9 wickets down, they still needed 52 runs to win. It was around over number late 50s.
Magical delivery. He hasn't missed a beat, has Lewis.
Oh, maybe you are right, David. Maybe if they continue bowling like this, we mightn't get to over number 80. Hopefully now they'll be hoping that they'll keep all of the rest of the 5 deliveries within the same area as Shimon Lewis.
Bit of movement their way. Something on offer still in the 38th over. Extracting something out of the surface.
Love the decision to just let that go from Clyde Fontaine. Most important that these yoo-hoos and the claps and the chirping and the talks from the West Indians doesn't get to his head. The fact that he wants to score runs mustn't get to his head. And Shimon Lewis just giving him one, dangling outside the off stump. The composure not to take that. Just wait for the ones that have a boundary or a run written on it.
Squares him up there, and it's glanced away down to that point region. He'll get one for it. Zondo. He's on 10 from 20 deliveries. By no means in a hurry, and I think that's okay. As the senior man here, he's expected to hang on, and it's far too early to be thinking about a draw. But with South Africa 5 down with only 159 on the board, there's still so much cricket to play. We're only at 20 past 7, just about 20 past 17 minutes past 2. That's where I was going. And that'll go down the leg side without a fuss. Traditionally a wide in limited overs cricket, but you get away with that one in the red ball stuff.
Just that thing again from Shimon Lewis. And I like this comment from Ayanda. It's very provocative that Zondo sold out to Swardt with the ball spinning away from him and putting him on strike. But also at the same time, you have to understand what the job of the batter is in the team. If you're batting in the top 6, your expectation is that you're able to face all of the deliveries which are being put into you. And you saw with the way that he lost his wicket, the Swardt was looking to take him on. It's not that he was troubled, just didn't get under the shot properly. So I hear your take, Ayanda. Hear your take.
Oh, another delivery there. Another delivery that just asks some serious questions of Zondo, who goes away to short square leg region just to shadow box. And he's been on the money, has Lewis, extracting as much as he can from the surface. One ball remaining in his 9th, and just 1 wicket to his name. But boy oh boy has he been good after lunch.
It's much better now from Lewis that in this particular over he's able to land 3 out of the 5. And the ones that he's landed in this particular over have been all impressive.
And impressive once again with that one. End of his 9th, end of the 38th, 159 for 5.
Happy days here for Shamon Lewis. He's also amongst the good deliveries that he's been bowling. There's the one where he kept on just not completing his run-up, completing his action, because he has been bowling those no balls in the first session. So that's what I like to see. It's the fact that he has found a solution, although it's not a long-term solution. It's just one for this particular match so that he stops bowling those no balls. So he's come back in this over and has been able to complete 6 out of 6, landing 4 out of those 6 pretty well. So must take that confidence into the next over as Sinclair continues.
Down the wicket he comes, using his feet. South Africa omitting a spinner for this game, an out-and-out spinner rather. Patterson, Mpongwana, Fulyun Ulafir, and Swardt, the bowlers. Extra worth, and that beats the man at point. It'll go away to the boundary. A rare boundary, but one that will be well accompanied.
Very easy one to get away with that. He's been on the money when it's there, Clyde Fontaine. And there it was again. It's not that he's been batting badly despite his 50s. It's just that sometimes those soft wickets of giving it away have been there. But when it's there to be hit, he does connect it pretty nicely, as you saw.
Down the wicket, punched, and straight to the man on the bounce in that catching cover region. You wonder whether or not, with the omission of an out-and-out spinner, that South Africa might turn to their captain to try and extract something. Sinclair doing the job here. And with Dane Pete not in the squad for this fixture, may they rue their chance, we're not sure.
It would have to be Neil Brunt who's going to take up the mantle if they require a spin bowler. He's going to have to bowl those marathon spells, which is very much capable of, but it's just that this has been Dane Pete. So there's really no need for you to use yourself if you have an out-and-out spinner who actually takes wickets and prevents you from doing bulk of the work. So Neil Brunt might have to do a lot here as we end over number 39. It's 163 on the board. Halfway through this batting lineup for the South Africans, this partnership just needs to take on bit by bit by bit by bit.
Yeah, a lot of cricket on offer here. But patience is the key element, and with a couple of rash shots, unforced errors, South African batting unit will be somewhat disappointed with themselves. They got off to a good start, 47 without loss, and then a bit of a freebie to get rid of Van Tonder, and since then it's been somewhat of a procession, particularly after lunch.
It's that destruction from Shamar Joseph. He was superb. He was just brilliant to watch, and he took those 3 wickets and he was just causing all sorts of problems, and the support around him was also spectacular despite losing Jaden Seals. And the nice thing here for the West Indians is that they have 4 bowlers who are in usage now, and the one who has been giving them problems is starting to get his work in order here. Shamon Lewis to Kaya Zondo.
Lovely stroke, over pitched, punches it through the covers. It's a long boundary out there, but the marathon comes to an end, and South Africa have another boundary to their name. It's that rare poor delivery where perhaps as Joshua De Silva you would have hoped that Lewis would have pulled out of that one. Not so. He's overpitched. It's a half volley really, and anybody with their salt will dispatch that. Good looking cover drive from Kai Zondo.
A little bit overpitched. Doesn't want to do that, Shimon Lewis, but at least he's getting Kaya Zondo to drive the ball. Just covered the line of it really well, did the batter. So now Shimon Lewis will want to bowl the identical delivery, but a couple of inches shorter, just to fool Zondo into thinking that it's drivable.
Much straighter this time, and again the gremlin appears. If you remember Furby from your childhood, the nightmarish little character, it's almost like that. You weren't expecting it, you thought you got rid of it, and boom, there it is.
Out of the blue. And it was a good ball from Lewis. Just mustn't let it get into his head. He's had consistent run of completed deliveries, must continue completing those deliveries, because when he does land them, he lands them well. The 4 mustn't phase him.
Outside edge, a parried shot, or parried catch rather. A loud shout of catch from Sinclair down at fine leg. And another opportunity in the slip cordon goes a-begging. And he should be rightfully upset, Lewis.
He's dropped for the second time. Dropped Zubair Hamza. That was by Mackenzie, diving to his right. This one much more easier to the head of Kevin Hodge. You'd think that was a regulation catch, hence the real upset reaction from Shimon Lewis, who's been putting in a shift. And whenever he gets it right, my word, does he get it right.
It's a strange set of circumstances. A no ball, and then an absolute peach to extract the edge. It means nothing if they don't take their catches. Came quickly. That one going away from the right-handed Fontaine. And with 2 balls left in the over, he'll want to make sure that they make their mistakes pay dividends.
Feel bad on behalf of Shimon Lewis. It's a very difficult job to get wickets. It is so difficult, especially when you have batters who want to score, especially if you also have been having a little bit of confidence issues in terms of your run-up and in terms of your landing areas. Then you get one to work, they edge you, they drop you. You continue working, then they drop you again in the very same way. It's heartbreaking. Hours and hours of practice are being put to ensure that your hands are ready, to ensure that your mind is always prepared for those balls that are going to come at you. It's why the slip position is a specialized position. Not anyone just goes there. So once you go there, there's a responsibility for you to back up your bowler at all times, because when they come there, they must be caught.
It's almost a double-edged blade when you think about it. You want your slips talking to each other, not only to get in the under the skin, in the mind of the striking batsman, but also to keep each other awake and keep each other sharp. The pitfall that you could fall into is talking too much and not really zoning in when the bowler's running into ball. So a single to conclude the over. 170 for 5, and we're 40 overs in to this game. South Africa won the toss earlier today, and Neil Brandt selected to have a bat. Probably felt he was justified with 47 without loss on the board, and then Reinhard van Tonder dismissed for 25. And after that, there was just the 1 wicket before lunch, but after that, it's been a procession of sorts. 3 wickets falling in the session. Excuse me. James King, Cape Fox as he's known, one of our colleagues in the comments, Good afternoon to you, James. I was fortunate enough to cap him in inverted commas when he made his SAA debut 2 years ago. Great lover of South African cricket. Not an official capping, obviously, but more of a commentator's fan. That's whipped up over the inner ring. What a glorious stroke. Zondo, all the way for 6.
Just standing and delivering. Superb looking shots that from Zondo. Over the top, might have thought that was going to bounce just before the boundary, but that was the timing. Way over the top, and the patience of waiting for the ball that is in your arc, just taking it on against the very competent Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, Sinclair's been all over the South African batters until this point, and then suddenly the one random delivery that he has overpitched and dispatched over that long on boundary. I'm sure Joshua De Silva will be saying to Zondo, do it again. He's not going to be lured into those childish games. That one down the leg side. James fondly recalling his debut game. Game number 2, I believe it was, in that 3-match series, South Africa A, India in 2021. And once again, SAA versus India A is on our shores. That's a good stroke by Zondo. Just whipped it away off his toe. And getting the second there. And that's, I think, what was lacking almost. The rotation of strike. 1 point, nearly 6 to the over. Now trundled down to 4.4. And that's what South Africa need, not to get in their shell. But opening up their shell is where West Indies A could find themselves picking up more wickets. 9 minutes towards that tea break. 179 for 5 after 41.
That's what you're going to expect from this partnership, like we said, when they started batting. The very first thing that Fontaine did was get himself a single, and then it was more singles from Zondo, then it was boundaries from Fontaine, and then it was boundaries from Zondo as well. The partnership now has grown to 22 runs. It was Shimon Lewis running down and bowling, started getting his rhythm going wild as well, and then he got dropped. The man who dropped that catch now has the ball in his hand, coming to start off against Fontaine, Kevin Hodge. He's gonna come in with his left arm spinners, giving something different as opposed to Kevin Sinclair. It's going to be spinning away to the 2 right-handers, so we can see now if this pitch actually has something for the spin bowlers. It's also very helpful that the West Indies' main spinner is also a very capable batter. South Africa having to compromise on their spin bowler, Dane Pete. So here's Kevin Hodge.
Bit of a wry shout there. No real chance of disturbing the peaceful nature of umpire Arno Jacobs. Again, this time a competent shout from the players, certain of that one going on to hit the stumps if it weren't for the legs of Fontaine. 2 deliveries, 2 shouts, and perhaps a bit of a freebie after Zubair Hamza felt like he was hard done by in his dismissal. Now we're even is maybe the chat. Never mind, these umpires are of the highest quality, and they don't operate in the way that perhaps your local club umpire might.
There's a nice juicy gap for Clydefontein also behind his back, which draws that sweep shot out of him.
Oh, it's an inside edge, nearly played onto the stumps, and good bit of awareness by Zondo. Selected as bye on the scorecard. Now that's a surprise. I thought it took a bit of a tickle off the gloves perhaps, or maybe off the inside edge.
It's phenomenal bowling this from Kevin Hodge. It was a proper setup that against Clydefontein.
And just defended there.
Set it up very well with those straight deliveries, looking to get the LBW, looking to draw the false sweep, and then this quick one, forcing him on the back.
Excuse me. Solid defense there to conclude the 42nd, 180 for 5. Partnership 23.
It's interesting bowling from Kevin Hodge with him spinning the ball away from the right-handers. He's operating on a very straight line, pitching that ball on that middle stump, forcing both the right-handed batters to execute those sweep shots. Remember, there's basically no fine leg. It's deep backward square. So there's a huge gap behind him and the wicketkeeper. A luring shot to play that sweep. So we're going to see that tactic come back in the next over, unless if something happens here with a short 45.
Huge swipe at that one, and that'll run very fine to the boundary. 4 runs is the signal, but perhaps coming off the gloves, no real audible sounds to give us an indication. But runs are runs, and Clydefontein not messing around here.
Seems like a shot that the West Indians will be very happy about that. Because there is that short 45 exactly for that shot, and they keep on that straight line. But then varying up their lengths pretty well, which is also brilliant, because that sweep shot draws you onto that front foot, and then that quick one that is on the back of a length for a spinner, forcing you backwards. It's happened once to Clydefontein missing the top of his stumps. He's not allowing it to happen again. He's really not allowing it to happen again, is Kevin Sinclair. Still has that man who is under that helmet, getting that.
Huge shout again, and still no luck for them. I'm not quite sure what it is that was the defining reason for umpire Sipilele Gasa to decline that one.
That looked awfully close for the West Indians. See, it's these lengths that he keeps on working here, Sinclair. The key slight change-ups, they are so subtle, because you think the front foot shot is still on, and all of a sudden you've beaten in the inside edge with the ball spinning back in with a variation of pace too. With that one coming in a little bit straighter, spinning way down the leg, which ends over number 43. The score is 185 rather, for the loss of 5.
End of the 43rd, and as we creep towards T, it's been all the West Indies A. They've really come out here after lunch and shifted this game. Only 2 wickets fell.
It's probably the last over before tea.
Pushed out into the covers, and the call was yeah immediately. These two combining nicely to just restore some order to the South African A batting lineup.
it's important that they keep doing what they're doing. Their partnership now with 29 runs, both batters into the double scores, both batting at a decent nick as well.
Just glides this away, square of the wicket on the offside, and crucially that they're taking it in small goals. They've created small goals, small victories for them. Get to this 5-over spell, then another 5-over spell, then another 5-over spell, and it compounds. Down the wicket he comes, but only finding the man at mid-off. Maybe he wanted to look to go straighter there. And those small victories, suddenly you look up and it's time for tea and you haven't lost a wicket. So mental fortitude coming to the fore. Does it again. This side, this time going to the man in the covers. Very square, so he's trying to play it late, but down the wicket he's coming, so trying to play it under the eyes. On the back foot and just punches this one.
Was a decent plan that was trying to be executed there by Kevin Hodge, but still survives. Like you said, small victories, David, that we see the end of number 44, which also takes us to the drinks, or rather tea.
The hot drink break.
Takes us to the tea interval. It's 188 for the loss of 5. 44 overs have been completed here by the West Indians, and as you said here, David, it's really been the men from the Caribbean who have had the upper hand.
We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes or so. So expect us back at about 3 o'clock South African time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The last session of day 1 in the last unofficial test match of 3. South Africa winning the toss, electing to bat first, now find themselves 5 wicket down after 44 overs. The total is 188 runs. And currently on strike is Kaya Zondo on 24 from 40. Clyde Fontaine is facing Kevin Sinclair. He's currently on 15 from 24, and he started off well using his feet against the spinner and just exchanging the strike.
It's going to be crucial here for South Africa A not to let this last session slip away from them.
And slippery is Clyde Fontaine, just pushing that down to the open cover sweeper boundary, but it's an easy retrieval at deep. Like you said, it's going to be important for them to just keep going, not lose their wickets in the last session of the day. The intensity from Clyde Fontaine already there, 2 balls in. Now opting to come around the wicket. Looking to squeeze Clyde Fontaine a little bit. He does have a short 45, or maybe backward square, not 45, it's backward square. But it don't matter because the ball went to the short extra cover. The short extra cover is flanked by a backward point and then a mid-off, so there's an open space between cover and either side to his left and right, but using his wrist here, Clyde Fontaine just opening it up to the short third man, and they take a single.
24 for Zondo, 18 for Fontaine. It was the undoing of the Swardt, that number of 18. But the frustrating thing today from the South African A team is that barring Neil Brunt, everybody's getting going, not converting.
It's been the problem throughout the entire series. It's only kept Keegan Peterson who scored a century alongside Neil Brunt. But when Neil Brunt scored that century, it was his strongest start that he was able to convert. This is the first start that he's gotten and wasn't able to take through. For your likes of Reynard van Donder, for your likes of Keegan Peterson, for your likes of Rwanda Swardt, Fontaine, Zube Hamza and Beddingham, who've all gotten good starts, including Tony Dezozi, who've all been able to get 50s except for De Swardt, able to get good scores, have not been able to turn those into triple figures. But it ends over number 45. It's 192 for 5.
Not flying along here are the South Africans. If you look at Fontaine's strike rate and Zondo's strike rate, shows the patience that they've had to go about the time at the wicket, and also to make sure that they are keeping a cool head when making the decisions to score runs, to take on bowlers. We saw our first 6 in the previous session. Zondo just whipping it away off the toes.
And now it's going to be a real test because Shamar Joseph comes and has the ball. He is going to be bowling to Kaya Zondo, who has faced 42 deliveries. Joseph, very dangerous. Starts off sharply, exactly where he left off, just switching ends this time.
Yeah, Joseph, with those 3 wickets, and crucial wickets they were in that previous session, it turned the game around. Just makes such a difference when you can come out after a break and just put pressure on a batting pair, and for it to yield runs is the extra bonus.
Well guided from Kaya Zondo, using the pace of Shamar Joseph against him. Nice open gap between second slip and gully, and that's exactly where the ball goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries today through that region. A lot of them coming off the bat of Neil Brandt, but like you said, well controlled by Zondo, showing the years of experience in his ability to make the right decision. And if SAA are going to fight back in this game, you might imagine that it's going to have to come through this partnership, and particularly off the shoulders of Zondo.
He did score 49 runs in that second innings. He was agonizingly close to his 50 and then decided to play a reverse sweep. No reverse sweeping Joseph here. Rather driving him, cutting him with beautiful wrists, because that ball that he did cut for 4 was not the worst delivery from Joseph.
No, not at all. It shows that there's still opportunities here for Joseph to put these two under pressure. Still extracting things, 45 overs in. But you just have to be consistent. That's something a lot of youngsters should pay mind to.
Throws it down the legs. That's how he was able to cramp up Reynard van Donder for his first wicket. But Kaya Zondo just able to push his bat through it. That was the beginning of the carnage by the arm of Shamar Joseph, getting Reynard van Donder, getting Neil Brandt with an absolute peach of a delivery. Zubair Hamza flashing at one that is wide was agonizingly aggrieved as he scored yet another consecutive score of 30 runs, third time in a row in as many innings. And they continue just pushing, and this partnership now goes to 41.
And crucial for these two is to end day one without losing another wicket. You know, if we get to that 5 o'clock mark and they don't have any more wickets, I think South Africa will feel like they've clawed this day back.
Recalling the patterns of this series as well is that right at the end of the day in session number 3, that's where we'll see most of the wickets fall. Right before the new ball as well. It's not even that. The new ball is the distracting force. However, now that new ball is far from the picture. It's 46 overs gone. It's 34 overs away. 198 is the score after the loss of 5 wickets. On a humid day, on a day where the scoring is high, on a hot day where there's also breeze, the West Indies will want to ensure that they're really taking care of that ball. Because ever so the chance of it doing something in the air, especially now where it's going to over number 60, where you can try to see if the ball has any tinges of reverse. But there's nothing reversing right now. The only thing reversing is them just... There's nothing reversing. Everything is going forward. Try to be slick.
Absolutely. And you've got to think as Joshua De Silva and his men that once you get 1 wicket here, you might get into the tail. Fontaine, possibly the last of the recognised batsmen. Pongwana and Fulun still helpful with the bat. If you break the back of this partnership, you might find yourself collecting 2 or 3 more.
Fulun has been surprisingly good as well. It's been surprisingly good, just like that single, squeezed as South Africa make their way to 200 runs, taking them 46 overs. It's been good work from them, especially from this partnership, looking to just build it back together. And looking to get it back with aggression. There's a deep square leg in the form of Shandapur, keeping that to a single. He's the only man guarding the boundary, actually, at deep square leg.
And Sinclair's now asking the man who was at a close-in mid-wicket to come even closer. Maybe a little bit squarer instead. Shorter delivery, maybe. Good flight there from Sinclair.
Still a good feat from Clyde Fontaine, who's just been doing a wonderful job dealing with the spin. But this is Kaya Zondo on strike.
Busy at the crease is Kaya Zondo, looking to come forward. Not wanting to get stuck in his crease. Still wants to move his feet. Perhaps a way in which he feels comfortable. Good lines and lengths here from Sinclair. End of 47. He's raced through that one. 201 for 5. Partnership now worth 44.
Typical of Kevin Sinclair to just run through his overs. He's always been brilliant at that. Keeping it tight, keeping it steady. Field placement is good. Protection where it needs to be, just to get those singles for the South Africans. Loving the chats that are coming from Arjun Sharma, talking about the wicket-keeping situation for the West Indies. Of course, the big controversy is that coming from England, Shane Dowdridge has announced his immediate retirement from international cricket. Joshua De Silva in this particular series, highest score is 35 runs. Hasn't had the greatest series as the captain of the West Indies A. So it could be that he has no choice but to level up. Kevin Sinclair, though, for this delivery, running from deep fine leg, stopping that at square leg. That's why Clyde Fontaine is able to get 2 runs.
Yeah, the difference in approach is evident here from the West Indians. They've really come out into this game after the lunch break and decided they want to try and put the South Africans under pressure early here and perhaps extract a victory.
Putting them under pressure early by bringing in their strike bowler. Strike bowler looking to strike. Also looking to defend with that deep backward point. There's also a deep fine leg for Kaya Zondo. Of course, those 2 slips and a gully are a mainstay for the West Indians. Your 2 catching positions consist of that mid-wicket, so standing 4 pitches away from the square we're playing at. Is not really short because he's standing 5 pitches away.
It's good sharp awareness there from Fontaine, loudly calling for yes.
Partnering his man very well as well. Getting a little bit squared up from the bowling of Joseph, who's been bowling brilliant lengths. Bowling to his field, understanding his field. Loved the comment earlier on from King, saying that it was a good decision that he left his security job, because what a bowler he is. Choo! As you can see, but incredibly well handled for Fontaine though.
Yeah, Clyde Fontaine happy to just sway away under that one. I'm not going to play the game in the way that Joseph would like. He's bowling his 13th over, 3 for 51 today.
The important thing there from Clyde Fontaine will always be dropping those hands with the short ball coming towards you. You can get hit in the face, get hit in the chest. If you get hit in the face and get caught, you don't lose your wicket. Your face will be safe if it hits the bat, but your wicket won't be. It's really good running between these two. A nice open space at point because point is deep. And
This is the point in the day, Pendulo, where concentration levels need to be at their highest. You need to be zoned in on the game and where you want to go by the end of the day. What do you want to achieve? Because
It's in these moments that drop catches happen. Soft wickets can fall. And a wayward ball or two could find you really chasing the game.
Oi, so that's why Shamar Joseph is not going anywhere wayward, keeping it on the money, almost cashing the wicket of Kaya Zondo, but the ball not trickling onto the stumps as we see the end of over number 48. The South Africans still scoring at over 4 runs to the over. They are on 206. Partnership looking very sweet on 49 runs.
Certainly a wicket that favours batters. Does Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. It's very dry and hot. And often teams come here and really show off all of their skill with bat in hand. But the West Indian team, we're not going to be dictated to today.
South Africa tried to dictate the pace. The West Indians are keeping it tidy because remember in the previous over with Shamar Joseph, the point is deep. The spin bowler, Hakeem Jordan, is at backward point. The only deep fielder is at deep mid-wicket in Shandapur. So that's why he goes to that area and he asks for the catch to be taken. Unable to place it efficiently, thinking he can take the ball that spins towards him on. As we speak of Shandapur, he comes into the game and grabs that catch.
Frustratingly for South Africa A, he's literally picked out the only man that is out there on the boundary. Jubilation for the West Indies A players. Bloemfontein's gone for 25 from 37 rather. Just the 2 fours to his name. South Africa lose their 6th. It's 206 for 6.
An absolute gift from Bloemfontein, who was looking so good. I had an inkling when I said that this partnership is looking sweet at 49 runs, that something gingerly would happen. And so, we did spice it up indeed. The wicket of Bloemfontein is gone.
It's your fault. It's your fault.
I forgot to touch my wood with that one.
You cost South Africa A the wicket there fully. Or you've picked it up for the West Indies A.
It has been good, persistent bowling as well from Sinclair, who baited that wicket. He really called it out. But Mihlali Pongwana is a man who is known for his big moment. How good was his knock in the final of that one-day cup, scoring that big 100 and taking those crucial 3 wickets with his hand. He now is called into the attack. He's playing in that one-day side for the South Africans. He's been called up to the squad. Now he wants to show who he is as he comes in to join Kaya Zondo.
Mihlali Pongwana, just 18 first-class games to his name. High score of 77. And average, not much to speak about, but whilst useful with the bat, he's not exactly in the side to do the job with the bat, but just hanging around with Kaya Zondo is going to be vital here. Getting through to the end of the day's play.
It's going to be very important that his mind is in the right place. Because here, South Africa are causing their own demise. You were speaking about the Mangaung track being a friendly batting track. If you take a look at how the wickets have fallen, if you can go and take a look at for yourself. Reynard van Donder just going down the legs, nipping it to Joshua De Silva. Neil Brandt got a jaffa. He will feel outdone. David Bedingham popped one into the air, trying to take a pull shot. Hamza tried for a cut shot, wide of him, to the goal, to the wicket keeper. De Swardt looking for a big drive, straight to extra cover. Bloemfontein looking for a big pull, straight to deep square legs. So causes of their own demise indeed.
Unforced errors is absolutely the slogan of the day for the South African air batting lineup. Excuse me. There's been a couple of people that have joined us for today's play. They spent the day under the glorious tree.
Now to get to see a spectacular catch! That is absolutely brilliant! You cannot take Shamar Joseph out of this match. You cannot take Kevin Sinclair out of this match. But the pair of them does remove Mihlali Pongwana. He failed to score a run as he pops it to a diving Sure, extra cover.
Just pushed hard at it, and it was a valiant catch there. Mpongwan has gone for a silver duck, and he stood there for an eternity, just absolutely distraught. Came to the wicket, needing to partner with Kai Zondo, and at this rate, Zondo might be on his own as South Africa continue a downward slope. 2 wickets in the over. It's 206 for 7.
Tumbling down like Kevin Sinclair's tumbling cartwheels, celebrating like a typical spinner. Like we said, he has a lot of personality, a lot of passion. Still 24 years old and showing all of the class in the world. He's packing his best bowling figures in this tour so far, amongst taking 2 wickets on average per innings that he's bowling. This is Kevin Sinclair. Stupendous. Now brings in the evergreen Hardesviljoen.
Yeah, man who spent a lot of his career at the Lions, and then traversed down to the rocks in Paarl in the Western Cape of South Africa. But he comes to the wicket needing all of his experience. Hardesviljoen. He has a first class 100 to his name, 2,666 runs, averaging 16.15, 950s and that 100 in 2019-2020.
In addition, he's had some good scores in the 4-day cup as well. 2 half centuries. I was very surprised when I was looking at the stats. I'm like, whoo! Yes, indeed, Hardesviljoen. He scored 62 and 48 versus the Titans in their first game. And then against the Warriors, he scored 73 runs. So, seems like he's got his batting in order over the course of the off-season. Here he faces Sinclair.
Does love a bit of a chat, does Hardesviljoen. Cast my mind back to a 1-day cup game where he was bowling to young Mikael Prince. Certainly wanted to have a word with the youngster. Now rather on the receiving end, so how will he stand up to this test? 49 gone, 206 for 7. Sinclair gets a double wicket maiden. West Indies right on top now.
3 wickets remaining for the South Africans, and upon them winning the toss and saying, yes, we are going to bat first, this is certainly not the situation they would have thought they would ever find themselves in.
No, particularly not. They got off to a good start, but it's been a struggle with partnerships and inconsistency when guys have thrown their wicket away right when they got a start.
Kaya Zondo has got a magical start, and he's been working his magic down that third man area. Tajurin Chandapur does a fantastic job. Tajurin Chandapur running down from deep backward point to stop that at midway third man. It's a single.
Yes, a very deep backward point. And Hardesviljoen is only one of 2 players to have taken a wicket with his first ball and hit a 4 off of his first ball in Test cricket.
Now it's going to be asking to hit a 4 against a man even the top batters have been failing to do it against.
Some definite thought going into how Viljoen will have to face.
Has 2 slips and a gully, does Shamar Joseph. That's exactly what he bowls to, looking to see if Hardesviljoen will fend at that. So he rather goes to do some gardening.
Yeah, he's just happy to leave that one alone. And you don't score first class 50, as he has done this year in the 4-day competition, without the ability to leave the right ball, to not chase after the one that perhaps looks a little bit too good to be true.
That's exactly always the plan of the bowlers, which people sometimes fail to understand. you'll get a lot of people saying, why doesn't he hit that one? Why doesn't he go at that one? Why is he leaving it alone? That one's the one to be hit. But that's exactly what the bowler wants. The bowler doesn't mind getting hit for 5-4s if the sixth ball is going to get a wicket. Because that is what first-class cricket is about. You look to buy a wicket. That is what Jay McAllister did to Reynard van Donder in the previous match. Bounces on bounces on runs, but he had the last laugh. Just like that.
Yeah, just happy to leave that one alone.
Sure, any lesser batter would have been like, yes, here's my chance. Just a short extra cover there, yeah.
Yeah, and it may yet come from Hardus Viljoen. Key for him here is just keeping a level head, seeing himself in, and then looking to just rotate the strike. Because the unfortunate thing is that Kai Zondo has been stranded at the non-strikers end for a long time now.
Gets this one to pop up. Does Shamar Joseph really bowling well and still keeping Hardus Viljoen on the strike. The short extra cover just a little bit too long to make that one into a catchable opportunity.
Yeah, and don't forget, you can always join in on the conversation. Just head to the comment section of this video and share your thoughts with us. What do you think South Africa A will end up on? And don't forget to subscribe. And that will wrap up the 50th over. 50 up, it's 207 for 7.
It's your CSA YouTube channel bringing you this ball by ball broadcast. We always love it when you send in those comments because it always adds some more color into the partnership of this commentary team. You always bring in more knowledge than some that we might not know. Like Lecha Ushkimi, I hope I say your name correctly, Ushkimi. That young Jordan is in the squad. He is making his debut. Good for him. Should be interesting to see how he performs tomorrow with the bat. Of course it will be, but right now they need his energy to restrict South Africa. Just like Sinclair is using his to do the job. And it's always interesting that it's at these times where you feel like you're so close to completing an innings and the team just slightly becomes complacent.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that a lot of teams have struggled with in this type of format of the game. It's just to squeeze those tail enders. But with Menabat, the bat, and the chat in the ear of somebody like Hardus Viljoen, you certainly expect that there could be something forthcoming at any moment.
Still that deep square leg lurks.
I would fancy getting another man close in there on the leg side, particularly to Hardus Viljoen. Maybe somebody a little bit straighter, adjacent to the strip. Exactly where that delivery's just gone. Perhaps a silly point. I know the ball is turning into the right-hander. Just having somebody in the eye line makes a massive difference. Hands on head stuff. Great bit of bowling there. 51 gone, 208 for 7.
Having that man under the helmet as well shrinks the field for the batter, especially if it's brand new. And trying to get his feet on how the pitch is working, how the spinner's spinning the ball, how much turn, how much bounce. We're at 3:30 now with just 2 more hours of play remaining. There's that scheduled 39 overs. Seems like a long time for the South Africans to try and hold on But it's what you were saying, David, piece by piece, and eventually you finish the day.
Inch by inch, it can be a cinch. Just defended that one, did Zondo. On the money. Once again, Joseph. The rotation of bowlers has been crucial to the Windies pulling this one back. It was almost seeming as if the South Africans were going to run away with the day. They just changed the momentum. To have the bowlers.
It was an extraordinary second session that was able to reel that game back.
Missing everything there.
You'll definitely want to reel that back, will Shamar Joseph. There's a nice easy gap right behind the wicketkeeper, but the fine leg standing at 45. There's a deep square leg. There's also a deep point who's standing over there. So those are your 3 boundary patrollers. 2 on the leg side, 1 on the off side, and of course your 2 slips and a gully. No one close on the leg side, so they are easy pickings for singles. Just where he plays that ball, and the deep fine leg able to come around Kevin Sinclair. Small fumble, which calls for the second run, which ends successfully.
Yeah, just a small error allows Zondo to immediately call for the second and retain the strike, especially at this halfway stage through the over. Zondo's got to learn the ways of farming the strike if he doesn't already know it, because he has to protect Fulun here. The more that Sinclair gets the opportunity to bowl to him, the more pressure it's going to build.
Slashing that in front of square. It's going to the cow corner because there's nobody there except for the boundary line that the ball crosses. It's a fantastic shot from Zondo. Like those pull shots in front of square. Goes for 4.
It's a lovely stroke from Zondo. I wonder if the South Africans' undoing today has been just a little bit too aggressive with their batting. Going at 5 to the over, and we've seen with some of the baseball that has been going on in the UK how that can backfire massively sometimes.
Looking for the short stuff, Joseph again gets punished, this time behind square. More pace from Joseph, more rush to the head for Zondo as he sends that again for the boundary.
Confident shot from Zondo. He never really looked like he was unhappy with the extra bounce. Just rocked back and rolled it away. And with the man at long leg and mid wicket, there was a vacant region who's now moved his way to a much squarer position.
That leg side that's just nice and open. Joseph looking to buy the wicket, but it's an expensive price right now as he bowls a no ball. It's 11 runs off this Joseph's over already.
Yeah, South Africa 218 for 7 now, and anything above 250 you might think would give them some confidence. Not exactly running to the declaration if they get to 250. I think they'll be happier than when they began, purely because they've had to fight back here under pressure.
And they're fighting back while Zondo really taking on the fight to the West Indians, pushing a single as he moves to 45. 220 on the board now for the South Africans after 52 overs.
Yeah, somebody here in the comments section, Pankaj, suggesting that they keep bowling short to Zondo and hoping for the top edge. I don't know if that's perhaps a sarcastic comment. I hope in good faith that he does believe that that's the way that he's going to extract another Joseph wicket.
Definitely seems like a workable plan, because it shows there that Zondo's not afraid to take him on. It's just that lack of height maybe is that differentiating factor. He might need to bend his back a little bit extra more to get more out of the pitch, which is something that Joseph is definitely capable of doing. But here's Sinclair. He's bowling the ball undeniably straight, running as if he's bowling in front of the umpire.
Crucially, Zondo's taken the onus here and said, I'm going to be the one to farm the strike. Exactly what was needed. Bit of a petition in vain, you might think. Man under the helmet forward, short leg, exclaiming that he was almost certain that it would be out.
See, here's that mid-wicket you're talking about. He has come a little bit straighter, closer towards the pitch. He's standing about 3 to 4 pitches away from the square we're playing on. So that's why Kaya Zondo opens himself up, dancing down the track, and it's a glorious cover drive off to the cover area. And it's excellent running from both Kaya Zondo and Viljoen, exchanging 3 runs, and more crucially here, keeping those 3 runs and giving Viljoen just 2 balls to face.
That's exactly what you need from the set batsman, but also specialist batsman. He feels confident in the abilities of Hardus Viljoen to just keep those last 2 balls out. And vitally, he's got 5 runs already from the over.
Of course, Hardus Viljoen more than capable of keeping that in order. Just needs to be careful of the pace bounce of Sinclair, which he is, as we bring the end to over number 53. Kaya Zondo comes back on strike on 48 from 67. Hardus Viljoen doing his job rather well. There's no run, but the most important thing is that he's still there after 12 balls.
That's all he needs to do, really, is to see out whatever he can and not allow the spinners to really try and extract something by having a consistent line and length, the ability to set him up.
Shamar Joseph just had a little short spell, and now we see the return of Kevin Hodge. The left arm spinner coming to Kaya Zondo. He does have a wicket of Kaya Zondo, that's Kevin Hodge. So now he's getting himself ready to see if he can do it again on 2-2-3 for 7.
Oh, that was horrendous as a delivery. He's bowled it quick, darted down the leg side, and they're going to get 2 byes here. It's missed everything. He's really darted it there. Trying to bowl it a lot quicker, and not even the first slip could come across in time. Long on, cover sweeper, and deep square leg for Kaya Zondo. Everybody else is pretty much where you'd expect a ring field to be.
Of course, in professional cricket, they don't use the position known as long stop, which is right behind the wicket keeper. That would have kept it to 1 or to no run at all.
Yeah, but traditionally, a position more well known at under 9 and under 10 cricket. Long stoppers, wicket keepers work on their craft.
Also, batters working on their craft, trying to exploit the fact that there's nothing behind the wicketkeeper. Because you saw that shot from Zondo, just trying to use the pedal sweep, but failing to get himself off strike. Shouldn't be a bother for him, but you can see that he's trying to be intentful with every shot that he's playing.
Yeah, Hodge running into Hardus Viljoen. I think if you are not careful, you might just run into a brick wall. Hardus Viljoen, as you can see, is quite a well-built gentleman, and Hodge being slightly smaller, you might expect him to come off second best.
Hardus Viljoen had an option to choose whether or not he's going to play for Lions or Lions Rugby or Lions Cricket. And we're watching him here because he chose the latter. And he is on 0 runs, but importantly, 13 balls later, he's still partnering Kaya Zondo. It's 225 for the loss of 7. So of course, David, if you have the option of signing a rugby contract, you must be somewhat of a unit.
Well, you think about two of South Africa's most prodigious batsmen who both played Craven Week, A.B. de Villiers and Herschel Gibbs. And the Bulls scout at the time had to pick between A.B. de Villiers and Morne Steyn. And for the sake of both South African rugby and cricket, we are grateful that he picked Morne Steyn. Still very skillful. Both of them multiple sport athletes. It could have gone either way. Herschel Gibbs as well was a prolific football player as well. A.B. de Villiers talented with a tennis racket in his hand, squash I believe as well.
Hakeem Jordan is also talented with the ball in his hand, but so is Hardus Viljoen when he's delivered a half volley. It's Hakeem Jordan who returns for his 11th over.
Yeah, Obsolete Poets just asking why is Jaden Seals not being given a second or third spell. And just to update you, if you've just joined us, South Africa won the toss and they decided they'd have a bat.
Slash says that does Hardus Viljoen. Hard enough for it to run through the open gap between second slip and gully for 4.
Yeah, and it was Jaden Seals who landed hard on the turf, jammed presumably his wrist or his elbow into the surface and was clutching his shoulder as he walked off. James K. Fox reminding us as well that Peter Kirsten was a talented rugby player as well. A number of opportunities for youngsters who play multi-sports, and it's also something to remind parents who may be listening or future parents, get your kids playing as many sports as possible. Really does hit the ball hard, does Hardus Viljoen. Doesn't hold back.
There's been many stories throughout history of athletes just being proficient in different types of sports and them using skills from different types of sports to bring it into their main sports. That's why A.B. de Villiers is a 360 player, because of his amazing tennis abilities.
And hockey as well.
100%. Your footballers will have twinkle toes. Hakeem Jordan will have a ball always coming into the right-handers.
229 for 7, and this is a strange period. It's kind of the doldrums, if you will. No real wind in the sails. There is wind blowing here, and the winds of change as first slip is pushed to second slip, and for the first time today there are only 2 men catching, but now he moves into that position at a catching mid-wicket. That's exactly where that delivery goes. So right decision. You'll just see that man just inside your picture, and then he steps out.
May definitely have one popping into him with that ball turning in, especially with the length that Jordan is bowling here. You see how Viljoen goes across his stumps and plays that onto the leg side. Doesn't use a cross bat. So there's a chance that one of them may stick up and just whip to the hands of McCaskey, who's standing at a very short mid-wicket. Something along those lines, but it just bounces once to the actual mid-wicket who's positioned there. It's the end of over number 55 as we see a game of chess being played between the West Indians and Hardus Viljoen. It's 229 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, 55 overs into this day's play. And at this point in the game, there's just so much cricket to be played, and so much cricket has been played. South Africa A won the toss, decided they'll have a bat. And after a bright start, lost 2 wickets before lunch and then 3 more post-lunch, which put them under severe pressure, and since the tea interval, another 2 wickets with, you could argue, somewhat soft dismissals. This one's just bunted down the ground to that long on, who's one of just 3 fielders out, deep square the other, and cover our final contestant out there in the deep.
Not much change into the field as he's able to squeeze that past the fielder who's under the helmet. It's a good squeeze from Harjas Viljoen. Because of course once you pass the player who is standing under the helmet, the ball is on free land because there's a deep square leg.
Yeah, it is Abhijay Mansingh that finds his space on the park. Not part of the playing 11, but jumping in to assist whilst another player is off the park. And immediately they throw him under the helmet. So if you're going to be on the park, you've got to do the job necessary.
He's one of the newer players coming into the team. He's also made his first class debut this season alongside Shamar Joseph, did Abhijay. But a man who made his debut a long time ago, 16 years ago to be exact, brings up his 34th first class half century. That is Kayelihle Zondo, who brings up his 77 deliveries, and what a beautiful innings it's been so far.
His longevity in the game is certainly due to his tenacity and defiant batting in the way that he's gone about it. He's been in and out of the South African one-day side and then the Test side most recently, off of that double 100 that I mentioned when he came out to bat, but he's done a great job here. What a joy it would be if he could pick up 100. There needs to be some assistance on the other end, and he's finding that in Hardas Viljoen. 56 overs gone, 232 for 7. And this partnership healthy but still fresh on 26.
21 balls for Viljoen has been there, and he is doing indeed an incredible job. Hasn't seemed like there has been anything that is showing signs of a wicket, except for that little ball that was popped up to the man standing at mid-wicket. And in that cordon of mid-wickets, we do have a mid-wicket in Shando Paul, a short mid-wicket who's standing two pitches away, and we also have a mid-on. Rakeem Jordan will start it wide. Short extra cover is too wide for that one. There's no point because point is on the boundary, and it's an easy single.
James King in our comments saying well dined Kaya Zondo, presumably just a typo, but he has dined on anything loose from the West Indies A bowlers and not partaken in anything that could be the cause of his undue death at the crease. So 2 men at mid-wicket, very close in, and another one at square leg. No coverage on the boundary, and everybody else in besides fine leg to Viljoen. Will there be a short ball?
Glorious shot, rather. Wonderful shot. What was short, indeed it was, but just too wide, and it's easy pickings for Viljoen.
Goodness me. Like a glorious piece of steak. Well cooked and excellently seasoned. That was delectable.
It's a beautiful shot.
Didn't make a meal of that. Okay, enough with the food puns from us.
Hakeem Jordan will just want to bring that back, pulling it or pushing it a little bit fuller towards Viljoen. Just getting it a little bit too full, but little tinges of the ball moving in just before it pitches. So it's important take a look at that ball again, just if you rewind for 20 seconds, you'll see just before it pitches onto the legs of Viljoen, it tails back in a little bit. There's that tail happening again, but just went onto the legs of Viljoen. It's going to be stopped by Johnson, who is at the deep fine leg.
Patrolling down there in the deep. A lone ranger, if you will. With guys here at SAA, it produces opportunities for others at domestic level, and you would imagine again
Cracking shots that from Viljoen. An absolute banger that even mid-on with his desperate dive couldn't stop. It crunches the boundary boards for 4.
blasted that one. Valiant attempt at mid-on, but there was no chance of it. Even if he got a hand to it, it still would have raced away to the boundary for 4. He smoked that.
It's a smashing shot from Viljoen, showing his absolute power. Working the magic.
He suddenly raced to 13, and there's 9 off the bat in this over. Hardus proving no mug. And then he shows us his skill with that forward defensive. 57 gone. 2-4-3 for 7.
It's been good work here from the South Africans. Yes, they have lost wickets, but also at least they are starting to get those runs going, as the West Indies haven't been as potent as they were in that second session. As we see now, it's 243 for the loss of 7. This partnership worth 37 runs. We go and we have a bit of a drink here in the final unofficial test match between South Africa A and Windies A.
And it is a very warm welcome back to you to the Mangaung Oval. It is day number 1 of the third unofficial test between South Africa A and Windies A. South Africa won the toss and decided they'd have a bat, and we end the final hour of the day. 15:57, so 3 minutes before 3 o'clock local time. And a lovely conversation going on in the comments about South Africa's bowling options ahead of the New Zealand tour, especially since a lot of them will be participating in the SA20 and will be ineligible. So it puts a conundrum on the desk of Shukri Conrad, the test coach. Good energy here from Hodge. He's been miserly as well. 4.3 overs done thus far and only the 6 runs conceded. And he gets through his overs so quickly. Zondo trying to be positive there. Just hit it back at him. One of 2 men on the park for West Indies A with 22 on his back. Surprisingly, Rock Paper Scissors is not able to separate the two. The 2-2s, the double 2s. Maybe put your thoughts in the comment section about who you would pick for that New Zealand series. Down the wicket he comes. Up and over the top of long off. And has it gone all the way? Yes! Lovely shot by Zondo. Just frustrated with how the bowling had gone. And he took on Hodge down the wicket, all the way over the long off boundary, and it's gone all the way. Glorious stroke for 6. End of the 58th over. It's 249 for 7. Zondo on 57. Hardisvoljoen on 13. 14 extras today, and it's possibly attributed to the number of no balls that we've seen. A couple of byes here and there, but no balls have been a plague upon the West Indies A bowlers, but they've not made it be the reason that the game slips away from them. A new over from Jordan to begin. Nicely pitched up there, but Hardisvoljoen not taking on the Windies fast bowler. Wicketless today, when most of his colleagues were able to strike into the South African bowling lineup. Joseph, Lewis and Sinclair having picked up wickets today.
Most likely going to see Jordan clean up the tail. He does have the wicket of Viljoen. Bowled him clean in the first innings of the first match.
Maybe that contest can be once again renewed. There's a conversation as well. Maybe they know that Hardisvoljoen sometimes likes to have a chat when he bowls. So trying to get under his skin here. Jacobite mentioning that there's a possibility of rain or tomorrow or the next day. Loud call from Viljoen, making sure he gets to the other end. And that brings up South Africa's 250. 31 fours and 2 sixes, both of those coming from Zondo.
He's been batting very well, has Zondo, for his 84 balls. He's earned the prize of 57 runs. Hakeem Jordan has a big task on his hand. He works hard, the burly bowler. Can clean up the tail, but yeah, South Africa's tail must wag.
And if you're wondering what the weather looks like, the current predicted weather for tomorrow is 16 and 26, with 20 94% chance of rain, but it is that Thursday that is concerning. 15 and 25, 88% chance of rain forecast. So we might not get day 3 at all.
And it keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse. When we came here, it was 49. Lunchtime, it was 61. Now it's at 88.
Rapidly accelerating.
It's not good news. The cloud cover has just been lingering. What's also lingering is the thought process behind that shot from Zondo. Not thought through properly as he just swings his bat. He didn't even move his feet to play that.
Yeah, feet in the bucket is the usual analysis, the parlance, if you will. And some of the perhaps Windies fans saying that a wicket is calling.
The wickets were whispering when Josephs was bowling in the second session.
It's probably drifting down the leg side there, so he'll get through for a leg bye. Will Zondo by Sipile Legasa, making sure that he shows us the correct signal. And 59 have been completed, 251 for 7. They're going at 4.3 to the over, and it's been a day of scoring runs quite quickly, making sure that we push hard through the day with the South Africans.
But it's the cost of those wickets that has been the problem. It's a cost of those runs, rather, that has been the problem in the form of wickets. They've lost 7 so far, and they are hunting for the last couple of ones as the sun makes its way away and the wind becomes a touch stronger.
Getting behind that one, Zondo, and happy to just absorb the pressure here. Hit a 6 every 20 overs or so, but all too comfortable in just taking whatever Hodge can throw at him.
He's been under a lot of scrutiny as well, has Zondo. Him being in and out, him being 34 years old right now as well. It shows that experience, but a lot of people crying over the fact that the SAA team is designed for your young players who are on the fringes. But those young players on the fringes all have SA20 contracts and won't be available for the series that has been worked for here by South Africa. First match starting on the 4th of February between them and New Zealand. If you're in South Africa, it will be starting at 12 p.m. a.m.
Yeah, it gives a new meaning to night watchman for those who are involved in love of the game of cricket. Doesn't matter what time, you'll always be up and at 'em. And with New Zealand being so far ahead of South Africa, you could possibly wake up perhaps a little bit earlier than you used to and catch the last hour or so, last 2 hours of play.
So that's exactly what these players are working for, David, to be watched by those night watchmen. 60 overs have been completed here. 252 for the loss of 7. So with the loss of those approximate 50-odd players, along many of those that you saw in the India ODI squad that has been selected, or the India Test squad, most of them won't be available during that time because the playoffs of the SA20 will be starting. Those start on the 6th. So the teams cannot avail their players for that series, and it's a very sketchy one that was accepted by the South Africans, considering the fact that they'll be basically won't have their contracted players, and it's going towards the World Test Championship points.
Yeah, that's the challenge, is balancing your own domestic competitions and the ICC calendar, which CSA have done very well. It's just this one in particular that stands out. D-Dave is mentioning that since it's only impacting the last game, it's likely teams can release some players to get their test caps, but highly unlikely they will release their main team players. SK Sajib suggesting that there's going to be a wicket this over.
Also remember that the teams still need to go to New Zealand, acclimatize themselves, start training, start prepping, play invitational sides if there's matches like those. So it's not as if the players will be going day before the match starts. So the players will be leaving whilst the tournament is happening.
It's a loud shout there, but I don't think there was any interest. There's certainly a conversation happening here with Hardas Viljoen trying to get in his ears, but the whooping has stopped, which I'm kind of disappointed because, particularly with Sinclair being right under the nose of Hardas Viljoen at a catching mid-wicket, if not then when you're out on the boundary, why not now?
It's hard to do when there's such a strong partnership that's growing. We're speaking about that thing that happens when you think you've done the job 2 wickets ago. And now we are 2 wickets after that statement of saying, you might become complacent. And all of a sudden, Hardas Viljoen has occupied the crease for 34 balls.
Yeah, South African batters have been good in some instances and making sure they get to those 50 partnerships, but individual scores have been lacking. It's just Brandt and Zondo who have done something with the bat today of note. And while they have had capable partners from time to time, their partners themselves haven't made anything of it. Now will race away to the boundary. Glorious stroke, just whipped it away. And 4 runs, Hardas Viljoen.
Saying that his partners, Kaya Zondo, are not making the most of it. Certainly Hardas Viljoen is, and he's helping his part in making this partnership reach its 50 runs. 51 from just 73 balls. Very good striking.
Lovely shot. Wonderful balance. Just whipped away off the pads.
Like we said, Hardas Viljoen has been having a good season with the bat domestically.
And isn't that always the case, that your bowlers that have success are normally young, very young fast bowlers in particular? They find their way in the game through being an anomaly or a new element in the domestic setup, and batters, when they get older, improve. That's always the case. You mentioned Bloemfontein as well, Hardas Viljoen, towards the back end of his career, and just loving batting at the moment. It's a good punch. Thought about it for a moment, and immediately declined.
Of course, as you grow and play more cricket, so does your match IQ also grow, which then makes it, from a mental point of view, a slightly theoretically easier way to play if you do put in the time in the nets and face those hundreds and thousands of balls. But over number 61 has come to an end here at the Mangaung Oval. It's 257 for the loss of 7. So South Africa here, they were in a rather precarious position where we were speaking about 250 being a score they'd be very happy about. Then all of a sudden, this partnership and continuously growing, looks like 300 might be something that South Africa may be scratching their heads on.
Joshua De Silva perhaps has the solution for that head scratching. Sinclair taking this opportunity now to begin his 12th over. He's got 3 for 36. Not only has he been effective with his strike rate, but also keeping things quiet. And if you're wondering, is it cooling down towards the back end of the day? The answer is no. It's 33 degrees at 10 past 4. So there's no let up here at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. hammered fiercely, but he just hit it straight at the man there at the catching cover position.
It's all the more reason why South Africa must continue batting on and on and on and on, so that the West Indians feel the sun in their legs, in their minds, in their bodies. South Africa should just keep on running, making them run in the sun, making them throw that ball from those long boundaries. Come tomorrow, the day will start cooling down, which will make it easier to bowl for South Africa. So they must make the most of this opportunity that they have.
Absolutely, keep them in the field for as long as possible. Let the fatigue in the mind control them. We've seen elements of heat fatigue in the West Indian players. One really sharp chance to the right hand of second slip. The other one was almost a foregone conclusion at first slip. Drop catches, drop catches, drop catches. Will the South Africans make them pay?
The sad thing, all those drop catches coming to the same bowler of Shimon Lewis.
And especially when you are short a bowler, it puts pressure on the others to not only elevate their game but also take on more of a responsibility. Hodge having to do a lot more bowling than I suspect De Silva had in the back of his mind coming into today, once they'd been the unfortunate losers of the toss.
So that's why South Africa, in as much as the way they started, wouldn't be happy, especially over winning that toss. But it's not about how you start in anything that you do. It's always about how you finish, how you go through that journey of finishing as well. South Africa showing a lot of fight, showing a lot of grit. This partnership now with 52 runs. Shimon Lewis changes ends. He was struggling to get his run up going from the opposite end. He now comes from the pavilion end, bowling to a well-set Kaya Zondo.
Yeah, an opportunity here for De Silva to utilize his strike bowlers and perhaps put some pressure back into this game on the South African A. Lewis with a couple of drop catches, he's got 1 wicket. He goes to Zondo. Pulled down the leg side, and an inconsistent approach to that by Kaya Zondo, but an absolutely glorious result for him. It's 4 runs, and I don't know how much control he had over that one, trying to help it around the corner. It ended up becoming a hook stroke rather than a conventional pull.
Fine leg is a little bit square, so it was able to swivel around well enough for the ball to go even finer than your fine leg. It's a bad start for Shimon Lewis, who has
been going at 6.3 to the over, and the challenge for him here, well, the task set out for him here is to try and sneak one late in the day. There's still many overs excuse me, left in the day here. 18 before the new ball, and a suggested 28 before we conclude today's play, but with only 45 minutes left, 44 according to the scoreboard clock, I think we'll get about 20 10 20.
just almost squaring up Kaya Zondo, playing inside the line of the ball, because ever so often Lewis is shifting it down to the legs, but I was able to evade any danger. Like you're saying, there's only in actuality playing up until 5:30.
5 or 5:30?
Using standard international times. Was a little bit of a mind boggler. First time commentating in an SAA game, which is 4 days long, but it's still considered an unofficial test match, so it uses your standard test match rules over 4 days, because a first class match, which is 4 days long, is normally 96 to 98 overs per day.
We'll have to see how things pan out here. A little bit flat from the West Indians since that last wicket fell. And his partnership with 56 is stuttering their journey with the ball in the back end of the first day's play.
This is exactly what you were talking about 3, 4, 5 overs ago. You were saying that they must have a short mid-on who's standing right next to the crease. Exactly what Sinclair's shouting at. See what I tell you, see what I tell you.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva not interested in it. Arms folded, as you can see at the top of your screen. But also know that he will be giving Zondo a little bit of lip service.
Of course it's going to be Kevin Sinclair. Who else is going to be the lively wire in the field for the Windies?
Thought of a run there, but sensibly decided against it. The worst situation now would for one of these batters to get run out late in the day.
That ends them 63rd over though. At least they survive at 262 for 7. And James King letting us know that the light holds, because we did lose those 10 overs earlier on in the morning when there was a light reflection on the window right next to the site screen and Neil Brunt couldn't bat, so we lost 10 overs in the first session. So if the light does hold, which looks very beautiful here, we can play an additional 30 minutes. Just like when a team thinks they can get the last batter out, or they believe they can score the last couple of runs, that extra 30 minutes can be used here to complete the allocated overs in the day.
Yeah, sunset is 3 minutes past 7, so we've still got plenty of time left in the day. It's good, sensible cricket from Hardus Viljoen. Just uses his feet. First ball of the over, and now he can sit on his bat at the other end, and Zondo takes over.
It's essentially job done for this over for Hardus Viljoen. Played the previous over. What did Zondo? Couldn't convert that final ball into a single like he really wanted to. So now he's here.
Bit of a word there, bit of a word. Wonder if the umpires will maybe say to them, get a move on, particularly with Lewis's count of dead balls. Sinclair wants to extract a wicket here. He's really digging in under the skin here of Zondo. But how thick is the senior man's resolve?
That lovely changing up of pace that Sinclair always does. You see him working the ball wide, looking to turn it in. Zondo just opening up his defenses a little bit, but his hand-eye coordination seems to be spot on today.
Yeah, he's seen it all, has Zondo, so nothing new here. Up and over the top. Glorious stroke. Lovely shot. Zondo silencing Sinclair. And masterfully put away. There's a half chance at cover. However, that is a perfect way to silence a bowler who's a little bit more mouthy than you think deserves to be.
Difficult chance as well. Slashing shot. That from Zondo. See him using his feet while opening his body up. There was definitely a slight little chance if he only had quicker reactions like a cat, but unfortunately not to be the case. The ball flies over Mackenzie, who's standing at extra cover. It's a glorious shot from Zondo. But it's exactly what Sinclair wants, because he saw catch it, because he sets up for that. And I actually read a stat as we end over number 64. It's 267 for 7. I read a comment. That comment was saying that Kevin Sinclair's wickets are lucky. And when you look at it, he's taken 3 wickets, and all those wickets have been catches out in the field. But when you take a closer look at all of Sinclair's wickets, all of them have been catches out of the field. Only one has been an edge to Joshua De Silva. Tony Tazorzi looking to cut it, but then it was caught. But everything else has been caught out in the outfield. So clearly, it's not some luck.
Absolutely. Kelly Robbins saying that she's enjoying this. It's the gritty nature of 4-day cricket. It's only day 1. And we have a tussle on the go here. Who will crack first? Will there be late wickets? Or will South Africa fight and build upon that score? 267 for 7. These two now having put 61 together. Slashed away, races away to that deep point fielder there. And so they can get one. It's hit with the toe end of the bat, pushing hard at it away from his body.
It's the intent from Hardus Viljoen here that is wonderful to see. When he does go for it, he goes for it hard, he goes for it with a mission. But then when it's not there to be hit, he is selective enough to know which shots to choose and which not to choose. Currently on 20 runs. Finally getting a worthy score as a number 9 batter.
Almost saying to the rest of his teammates with bat in hand, why are you saying this is so difficult? Where's the challenge? Outscoring the Swardt, who has a 50 average in domestic cricket. Outscoring Bedingham, who has a 50 average in domestic first-class cricket. Where's the challenge? Come on, fellas. They may argue that they faced a newer ball, but a more fired-up West Indies bowling lineup. Nevertheless, the job has to be done. We all come to the crease in different circumstances. D-Man suggesting that SAA decided Bazball is the way to go. And another instance of Lewis pulling up the handbrake. At what point does it get unnecessary? Let's put it like that.
He's been bowling these over and over and over again, but it's the nature of the beast. If your rhythm is not there, your rhythm simply isn't there. And one thing that we were taught is that if you miss it, you feel that you'll miss it, you stop it. Because again, David, when he always gets it right, he gets it right. He is, of course, aggrieved over the fact that his wicket count reads at 1 and not 3, because he definitely deserved those 3. And unfortunately, if you can look at his economy rates, he was the one being bazzed a bit.
Yeah, nearly 6.6 to the over. D-Man 7 suggesting that he's a Windies fan. Come on, Windies! Frustrated by this partnership. Sinclair trying to elevate his teammates. Keep going. Pulled away hard. There's a man down there. Just one is on offer. And with one... Is it 1 ball or 2? I just want to make sure that we are in line. There's 2. The scorers are so brilliant here at Mangaung Oval. There's some facilities that we do commentate, and the digital scoreboard is behind, and then we call it end of the over when there's still a delivery to come, or we call it one to come when it is the over. Brilliant work here by the scorers. They are far too swift for our own good.
That's why they're the scorers. We just speak about what we see. field isn't it deep? As we were just looking at them, it's steep square leg. There's that fine leg. You see the short ball coming from Shimon Lewis, looking to entice Hartes Viljoen to go big. He is strong enough, he is big enough to go big enough. Achanda Paul is at square leg, Johnson at deep fine leg. There's also a mid wicket, lurking for that one that just pops up.
Athena's sharing the West Indies national anthem, Rally Round the West Indies. Men in maroon. Kelly Robbins saying we should head out to St. George's. This one's just tickled away, fine. There's a lot of work to do to cut it off. He does, and Viljoen gets 2 for it. Well, if there ever was an argument for the home of South African cricket, it is that of St. George's, the home of the first test match. End of 65, 271 for 7. And, a favourite of mine is St. George's, particularly when the band gets going. There's certain Sri Lankan umpires who are not fans of the St. George's band. I can't say enough.
We were on X, or wait, with Kelly Robbins talking about that commentator's view at St. George's. One ground I've never been in. That's in Newlands. Kind of bucket list for the season.
Well, we might present an opportunity in the new year to head on down to Gqeberha. Zondo just bunts this down the ground for the man that I can't in good conscience say he's a long on, nor is he a mid on. He's kind of a nowhere man, to quote a Beatles song.
Is dangling. Both of the batters, every now and then when they look to go big, they look to go big.
And that's exactly who that ball goes to. Happy to rotate the strike.
It's important that South Africa continue. Just they're going to target him with the intent of getting the single so that they can try to bring him in closer and closer and closer to negate what Joshua De Silva and the West Indies are trying to do with that mid-on fielder, which is to get that lingering ball in the air.
Kelly Robbins just mentioning that St. George's was her second home, scoring there for 13 years. Lovely town is Gqeberha. Trying to field off his own bowling there. Looked like a child on a slip and slide, and now there's a bit of a chat there with Hartes Viljoen, perhaps all in jest, as there's a shoulder bump. Not as quite as dramatic as Kagiso Rabada and Steve Smith, if you'll cast your mind back to the Sandpaper Gate test.
The theatrics from Sinclair are absolutely out of this world, but they also start getting into the mind of the batter if he continues bowling long and long and long, because Zondo did nothing wrong there, needed it Sinclair.
James King, Cape Fox. Also grew up at St. George's according to his own record. So certainly the Eastern Cape group is here to represent in our comments. Tell us where you're from.
'65 have come to a close here in Mangaung Oval. It's 273 for the loss of 7 after 66 overs. Hartes Viljoen and Zondo have built a decent partnership that has grown up to 67 runs. Viljoen on 23, Zondo on 70 runs. Boys have been playing excellently, able to work around those singles. When that one for the boundary does come, they do take it on, and the bravery that they showcase here, Zondo using his feet, taking on fielders, hitting it over their heads, making the West Indians question where they should be bowling, how they should be bowling. Zondo has barely presented opportunities. Dropped catches, being Zubair Hamza and Bedingham, so he's come in here and showed that he can continue playing from where he left off. Had a bad start to the season in the domestic 4-day, but some players need a bit more on the line in order for their true shine to come. It seems like when you take him into the bigger stages recently in his career, Kaya Zondo performs. I take you not too far back to Australia, where he and Kyle Verreynne were the soul of the South African batting team. Hard just for Loon though, getting a ball that's just drifting down the legs. Animation from behind the wickets. Joshua De Silva just indicating that it might have been a little bit too high. Just having troubles with the stream that we're going to sort out for you. Shimon Lewis has bowled a single delivery. Has 5 more to come, bowling to Hard just for Loon, so we're going to be tasked with explaining what's happening. That one is bowled just at full length outside the off stump. It's driven on the up. Stopped at mid-on though.
Freshly into a new Lewis over, and the combination of Lewis and Sinclair, really a hopeful one that things will change, things will shift, things will slide in the momentum of Windies A. They certainly feel like something is coming. Whether or not we'll be able to extract something. Pulled away hard. There's men down there. Collection sorted.
All of a sudden, from where it stands, the new ball is not so far away. 14 overs away. This is where teams normally look to their part-timers and their all-rounders to keep the overs ticking on. Your Kevin Hodge could come in. Of course, there's still no Jaden Seals. If South Africa bet on until tomorrow, we'll be able to find out maybe what has happened to Jaden Seals and if he's going to be making his way back after he was clashing his shoulder walking out in the first session of the day.
He's in again. Outside edge and taken. Huge wicket for the Windies A. I mentioned whether or not the pressure being put on things would eventually result. Took the outside edge. Easy catch for Joshua De Silva. Sinclair in the face of Kaya Zondo. I wonder whether or not there might be a conversation from the match referee later in the game. But that's not relevant for our jurisdiction. Kaya Zondo goes. A watchful and vigilant innings comes to an end. 70 runs to his name. 7 fours and 2 sixes. And it was just a brief lapse in concentration. Means that the 8th wicket falls for South Africa A. 274 for 8.
Getting it on that off stump did Lewis. It comes back into the right-hander often. Then that one keeping straight with the line. Ball pitched outside the line of off stump on that top of off stump. Kaya Zondo looking to just defend it because it would normally come back. But unfortunately, just nipping that edge, and Joshua De Silva had to dive down to his right for that catch. It was a good catch from the West Indies A captain, which brings in now batter number 10 for the South African team. It will be Dwan Olivier.
Yeah, Dwan Olivier played a lot of his cricket here as well. Not too foreign to these conditions, and hopefully he can offer some resistance here with Hardus Viljoen. And if we look at his stats, 1,400 runs to his name and 350s to go along with it. So again, South Africa, just when they didn't need a wicket, one is forthcoming. So it's drinks here at the Mangaung Oval, and we'll get going in just a moment. We apologize for the brief intermission. We are back with you live. Mangaung, you didn't miss all that much. 274 for 867 overs gone. And it is Dwan Olivier who has joined Hardus Viljoen. Viljoen on strike. Sinclair beginning a new over. His 15th. He's got 3 wickets thus far. 23 overs scheduled for today, but I don't think it will. Popped up in the air, and a regulation catch for the man down there at mid-on. 3/4 man proves value for the West Indies, and another one bites the dust.
Exactly what that man is there for. Trying to go down, trying to smash it over the top. And Kevin Sinclair's bowling is absolutely irritating to the South Africans because it makes you think that it's there to be hidden, and it's simply not. He takes his 4th wicket, and another 4th wicket which has been taken in the outfield, showing the class of Kevin Sinclair and what he brings to the team. It's 9 down now for the South Africans as the spinner cleans the shift.
And with the impact that spinners have made here, you wonder if there's a small amount of doubt in the mind of Neil Brunt in not having selected a specialist spinner. But knowing the West Indies, maybe he felt like the opportunity to bully the West Indies batters with quick bowling would present itself.
The problem is, Dane Pete has been the chief destroyer for the South Africans. He has been taking those wickets. Dane Patterson has been Mr. Consistency and Mr. Economy. Viljoen has been Mr. Destroyer. Bongwana comes in with his holding job, which also peppers the top of off stump. So now, not having Dane Pete, who is your leading wicket taker in the series, and seeing the other team's spinner on the verge of grabbing his first fifer, might be racing in the heads of South Africa. might signal a lot of work ahead also for Neil Brunt.
Absolutely, and we might get a session late here where South Africa have the opportunity to bowl at this windy side after a long day in the sun. Perhaps it's now an opportunity for the South Africans to steal a wicket or two.
What actually helps with the game moving this quickly is the fact that there's a possibility we might lose day 3.
Day 3 completely, yes.
So it's a big advantage that we are getting the game to move. South Africa have lost a lot of wickets, but the score is not too bad.
High in there, swirling around Tajenaran Chandapal, and he's taken it. And a fifer for Sinclair. He's really been a thorn in the side of the South African batters. And all credit to him. 274 all out after 67 overs. And a duck for Dane Patterson.
Phenomenal work from the West Indians, especially from Kevin Sinclair, who has shown his consistency, who has shown his perseverance and hard work. Grit doesn't only come with the bat, it also comes with the ball, and he's shown all of it. That is his 4th first-class fifer, and it is his first fifer in the series. It's a spinner's job here, and it has been catches all out in the outfield. Such brilliant strategy, such brilliant planning, such brilliant execution. It's 274 runs on the board, and we still have 45 minutes of cricket left. We shall be back after 10 minutes with Sinclair walking out with the match ball.
Yeah, so South Africa decided they'd win the toss. Well, they didn't decide that they'd win the toss. They won the toss and decided to have a bat. Van Tonder was first to go, strangled down the leg side. He was gone for 25. His opening partner, on the other hand, really put pen to paper, grafting away, 62. Bedingham was caught off a rash shot for 5 on the leg side. Hamza was disappointed. He felt like he was hard done by. An outside edge that was his own undoing. Zondo really put the pug in pugnacious. Small man, but certainly fighting in every single moment of his time at the crease. He scored 70. De Swardt was 18. He didn't spend too much time at the crease. Fontaine tried to work with Zondo, 25, and Mpongana was gone for a duck without bothering much. Viljoen and Zondo were really a pain to the West Indies A bowlers. And then once the wicket of Zondo fell, it was a matter of inevitability, as Viljoen and Patterson were out not long after that. So, after a long day, we're nearly done. Not yet, because there could be a twist in the tail at the back end of day 1 of this, the 3rd unofficial test, live from the Mangaung Oval. We'll be with you shortly for the start of the Windies A innings.
We are back. 274 runs is the deficit for the West Indies. Tajinarayan Chandapal takes strike. Or rather, it is Tajinarayan Chandapal alongside Zachary McCaskey. I know the overlay says it's Joshua De Silva, but the technique will tell you otherwise because it's incredibly like his father.
Yeah, these two coming to the wicket in a crucial time for them. They don't want to lose wickets. 3 slips and a gully in place.
It's Olivier getting the ball to move away, and like you said, short stuff.
And before we went on air, I said to you there's short stuff coming here. Duan Olivier, having played some of his cricket here at the Mangaung Oval, will enjoy bowling here. And Chandapal averages 29 from the series, and McCaskey averaging 37 in this series thus far.
Kirk McCaskey had a tough start to his innings or to his tour as Chandapal works that. Fine Leg is the only man patrolling that area for just a single. But he did bounce back really, really well, McCaskey, in the previous match, getting double 50s, scoring 62 in the first innings in East London, and then scoring 50 in the second innings, where the West Indies were toppled for 130, toppled for 200.
Glory me, that was a corker delivery, pitched on leg stump and was squeezed out to point. 3 slips a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, and a mid wicket with fine leg out. This is going to be a delight to watch for any fans of seam bowling. Between Duan Olivier and Hardus Viljoen, they won't allow these West Indians to get off to a flyer.
Of course, there's that delicious gap that they always leave in between the backward point or the point, right up until mid-off. So cover, extra cover is nowhere to be seen because there's 3 slips and 1 gully. So they want Chandapal to use that drive that he has and he plays so well, so that they can activate those 3 slip fielders. Lying in wait is Neil Brunt, Zubair Hamza.
It's good cricket there from Chandapal. Somebody who has 100 in A-level cricket, as well as 450s. The average is 61, but that coming off of a series last year against Bangladesh, and that 109 was against Bangladesh A at Grozale. 109 not out in that instance. And now the man on strike, McCaskey. 3 games thus far, and his highest coming in the previous game at East London at 62. This at A-level cricket. Thank you to the CSA team who have provided us with a glorious statistics pack. 16, 17 pages worth of knowledge.
It's the end of the first over. 3 for no loss for the West Indies A. These first-class careers, just taking a look at them, only having 1 player averaging above 40 runs. That was Kevlon Anderson, who had to be excluded in the team because he wasn't available due to visa applications, so he can't make his way to South Africa, which is why the debutant Jordan Johnson has his cap here today for West Indies A. But the issue here for the West Indies is that apart from that Anderson, no other player averages above 40 runs in their first class career, because remember these A tests are first class. So a man who has 104 oh, Dane Patterson runs in.
Patterson picking up both of these openers in the previous game. In their first outing, it was Chandapal who was caught for 10 for 3 by Patterson's bowling, and McCaskey was caught by Tony DeZorzi from Patterson, 62 from 95. 12 fours in that instance, so better. And that was in the first innings. And Chanderpaul was out for a duck in the second off the hand of Swardt, where McCaskey got another 50 once again. LBW to Dane Pete.
It was Dane Peter's match. They're just destroying. But what Dane Patterson has been doing very well in this series has been keeping it tidy and threatening. That setup he did of McCaskey when he was on 62. He was on 62 from 84 balls. Drained him of runs over accumulation of 11 deliveries. Could not score. Set him up with a beautiful short ball, which eventually played down to deep square leg after frustrating 2 overs where he couldn't score runs. Like we always say, it's chess, not checkers.
That's exactly what Neil Brunt will be thinking about. Standing at first slip, he's got Zubair Hamza at second and Reinhard van Tonder at third. And it's going to be an important passage of play here for South Africa A. If they can pick up at least 1 or 2, they could really scrape their way back into this game.
And who better than the man who was playing his 151st first-class match? It's why I gave a little giggle when I was about to read out his number. It's because you look at the contrast between the West Indies team and South Africa, the most experienced player for the West Indies being Joshua De Silva with 68 matches currently he's playing right now. When you take a look at the South African team, over 5 players with over 100 caps, even more with over 80. So the difference in experience here, very much a big factor in how pressure situations will be handled. And that's why Dane Patterson is the man of the situation.
Yeah, a lot of experience selected by Shukri Conrad and his team in the South African A side. Another one that you could mention is that of Dane Pete. He's omitted from this game, having done very well in the series thus far. He spent some time away from the game and recently rejoined and made Bloemfontein his home, Mangaung Oval, playing for the local team here, the iTech Knights. Lovely delivery, squared him up, beat the edge, and it's a maiden from Dane Patterson. 3 without loss after 2.
Typical from the man from Cape Town. This is what he's known for, one of the most supreme skilled fast medium pacers in the circuit. I always look at him and think that he's too good for the domestic scene here in SA, but just never got the chance and never got to the level where he wanted to in his international career. Very short international career, which is why he plays the county championship.
3 slips waiting for Ulafir. That is a masterful stroke. Overpitched, and he didn't even have to run.
Beautiful shot. Wonderful. There's a big gap in between point and mid-off. And that's exactly the shot that Dwan Olafia and the South Africans will want McCaskey to be playing. Just pulling that length shorter will be the key here for Dwan Olafia. But an instant change as we have cover.
Immediately omitting that third slip is Neil Brunt. A little bit of a way nip there from Ulafir, and also happy to leave that one as McCaskey.
The ball is swaying around and Olafia is bowling it nice and full. Don't think he should have been too worried about that cover drive. I think it should have given him more confidence actually to bowl more of those deliveries, just pulling that length back. Good defensive move, but you want to use that new ball as much as possible. Might as well keep that attacking move because it's not bad bowling.
Again, An attempted cover drive there. But the exclamation from behind the stumps, and you can see those 2 slips at the top of your screen. They certainly will be happy with that one. They want him driving, they want him pushing hard at the ball, because the harder that he throws his hands at it, the more likely the chance for David Bedingham to pouch an early wicket here.
See, it's beautiful bowling from Dwan Olivia. He's really worked on his craft to become a top of the off-stump bowler, and he's been doing it very well. Of course, he didn't play in East London, but here he is after bowling pretty decently in the first match in Benoni. So he was hitting hard lengths, over in, over out, slight problems with no balls, but none of that here today. But what we are seeing is more drives from the bats of McCaskey, this time going a little bit squarer, flatter bat, beating the backward point, and runs for 4.
Still presenting a half opportunity there as the backward point was flying away to his left hand side to try and cut that one off. Would have here just the 1 wicket in that game in Benoni. But as you said, the 6 no balls in the first innings really are a pain to any captain. And the wicket that he picked up in the second innings was Imlach, old RBW. Good stuff from him there to reply. 3 gone, 11 for no.
See, this is the problem with stat sheets at times, is that they say the numbers, but there's so much more that happens in the game. 6 no balls, 5 of them were bowled in that first spell, and then only 1 bowled in his final spell. That second spell during the second session was so much pressure that it allowed your hardest for you to be able to strike on the other end. It put so much pressure onto the West Indians, giving nothing away. There was a questionable LBW shout, there were edges not carrying. It was all commotion from Don Olivia, but none more than Dane Patterson.
Going across his stumps there, did Chanderpaul. Perhaps trying to upset the line of Patterson, but with 3 slips and a gully waiting, and a backward point who's very close in here, you might think that a chance could present itself if he's indecisive really with his shot selection. Good lines here by Patterson, and partnership bowling has to be the way to go.
Happiness here for South Africa is that they still have Harjes Viljoen. It's going to bring in the nice and juicy stuff. As you can see, the carry is still very true in the pitch.
Yeah, and Patterson, as you mentioned, is not an express pace bowler, but his skills are just so good. You don't play over 100 first-class games if you're not able to meet the standards of that level of cricket. And the fact that he's going away from the left-hander here will give confidence to his men awaiting a slipper's catch. Chanderpaul moving around his crease here, really trying to get on top of Patterson. Maybe try and upset him in his deliveries.
Speaking about that skill set, you don't just make it and play in County Division 1.
And find success at County Division 1 as well. Skills have to be up to task. And trying to bully players with pace has its limitations.
So he does, in the last season, playing for Notts in Division 1 for County Championship. Of course, County Championship having 8 teams playing home and away, so that means 14 matches per team. Played 13 of those, did Dane Patterson, and was able to capture 50 wickets at an average of 27. He was in the top 10 of the leading wicket takers for the County Division 1, so a key member in that Notts team. Also very much a key member for the Cape for the Cape Cobras in the franchise system. Very much a key member now of Western Province.
If you cast your mind back, he does have a South African cap in T20 cricket as well, which makes him part of the side as again, as you said, one of the more experienced guys. His opportunity coming a long time ago, but he's plugged away at domestic cricket and shown his great value with ball in hand.
Superb delivery. Wonderful stuff. Just tailing in the air, pitching and moving away, beating the outside edge of Shandapur. Lucky not to get an edge on that after 4 overs. The West Indies still survive without a wicket loss. It's 11 on the board.
That's exactly what I was talking about when I say the delivery is too good. Too good there. Just glorious from him.
Of course, that's what you're going to do when you're a player who hits the deck hard. It's very hard to hit the deck hard at a full length. You always feel like you want to float it in, and we thank Lawrence Bailey, who's giving us some expert insight into the bowling of these two. You want to be hitting the deck hard, even if you bowl fuller. Just like that with Dwan Olivier, you saw the zip straight up from the surface.
King suggesting, not James King, but another King, says, come on West Indies, let's beat these guys in their backyard and show them that the first win was not a fluke. Slight change in the field here. Deep point and deep square leg with long on, a mid on, mid off, and a mid wicket. So, will there be a short ball in the offing here from Olivier? And just a length ball. This is squeezed out nicely for the single.
They mustn't forget that just keeping the runs ticking in as much as they want to preserve their wickets is also important. But there's 15 minutes left in the prescribed period of the day, which should be good for at maximum of 4 to 5 more overs. Especially with the fast bowlers in operation for the South Africans, they don't want to waste this opportunity with the new ball late in the day, whilst the feet and legs of the West Indians are feeling groggy.
Lovely delivery there, just swinging back into the left-hander. Good defensive work there to keep that one out. Just got to see it as 1 minute at a time, one delivery at a time when you're out there batting.
There's really no rush into this game. And there's still 4 more days of cricket left, but there is a rush if you're South Africa. But there is a rush when you are South Africa. You want to get those wickets.
Not much of an opportunity here for a bowler to settle into a line of length. He's really got to be on the money immediately, and if they're going to pick a wicket here, it's got to be, perhaps you would think, a short delivery, catching the outside edge, 2 seconds or third slip.
Just as you speak about it, it comes to life. Dwan Olivier listening to David Midgley, and Shandapur has lost his wicket. Looking for the drive, a lovely full delivery, and a gorgeous catch diving to his right. Sees the dismissal of Tajanarayan Shandapur.
gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say that it was me, but knowing what Dwan Olifir is capable of, having seen him perform for the Lions in most recent times, it was almost a foregone conclusion. A little bit fuller than I anticipated, but second slip was precisely the man that it went to. And 007 saying, commentator's curse. Sorry, that was definitely me.
It's gorgeous bowling. There's no curse there. It's just wonderful work from Dwan Olifir, talking about him floating that ball up, getting the movement as much as he possibly can. And he indeed does. Phenomenal work. It's 1 wicket gone. Shandapol gone for 3. And we see batter number 3 walking in.
Kirk McKenzie striding to the wicket ahead of his skipper Joshua De Silva. And surprised that they've not gone with the night watchman. It is such a heavy topic of conversation in all formats, or all venues around the world, when a wicket falls late in the day. And the man who comes to the wicket, Mackenzie, has got a real task ahead of him here. 12 minutes ahead of the conclusion of the day's play. Dwan Olifir already picking up the first wicket. We wonder whether or not he'll persist over the wicket. It doesn't seem to be the case. So Olifir will come around the wicket. Would you ever love to be able to snatch a second one here if you would, Olifir? But Mackenzie has a task ahead of him. Short delivery hammered into the gloves there of Fontaine. That's kind of the delivery that I thought he would have picked the wicket up with. Nevertheless, he's picked a wicket up in his third over. It's 5 gone, 12 for 1.
Phenomenal work from Dwan Olifir. Doing exactly what his captain asked for of him. Just 1 run conceded from that over. And it was the 1 run that brought Shandapol onto the strike, who consequently lost his wicket. Nicely full from Dwan Olifir, drawing that drive which was falsely played from Shandapol. Now Dane Patterson has fresh meat to work with in the form of Kirk McKenzie, who's just off strike. Has to bowl to Zachary McCaskey, who has a wicket on him.
Matt Pryor suggesting in our comments that Tajanarand is inconsistent. And that one just falling short of Hardus Volun at the mid-wicket region, and they come back comfortably in the end. And 007 wondering if Mackenzie will open in Australia and drop Chandapal to 1 down. Somebody else suggesting that perhaps Chandapal should be batting lower in the order. Good questions, and maybe you'd like to put your thoughts down, as you are an extra voice on commentary.
Also remember that for the West Indians, there's still the extraordinary talent of Alec Athanaze, the young 24-year-old who opens the batting for the Windies, scoring 62 against England. Flash!
There's a huge shout. Fontaine was guaranteed that was through to the keeper with a nick.
Even the whole slip cordon were convinced. Hopefully when they do go up, trying to get umpire Jacobs into the works. Flashing hard at it there, McCaskey. Doesn't want to do that right at the end of the game's play. That's much better played.
Yeah, not going after that one at all. He knows how detrimental a second wicket would be were it to fall here. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Just got to hang on for perhaps an over or 2. Deficit is 260.
The light has definitely faded as well. There's no more sun in the sky. There's no more shadows from the players. The breeze is still there, but it's still very humid here in Bloemfontein. Dane Patterson, of course.
Emulating Lewis there.
But it
Didn't want to be left out of the fun.
edged it this time. It didn't carry. Reynard van Donder was waiting on that, or Neil Brunt rather, was waiting on that at first slip. A little bit deeper. But again, going hard at it with Makoski rather.
And it's still 32 degrees here at the Mangaung Oval. But in the shade, you'd expect it to be a much more pleasant time to bowl and to bat. But having spent the day in the sun, I wonder how much that would play in the mental fatigue here, most especially of the Windies top order.
That sounded good. That looked good. But straight into the hands of Kaya Zondo, standing at mid-off. Looking good, Mackenzie. Very wondering for our West Indian listeners what their thoughts are on Kirk Mackenzie. Shows flair, shows class, shows that he can play exquisite shots. The question is, does he have what it takes?
Somebody predicting in the comments that there will be a wicket in the 7th over. I don't think the West Indian listeners will be too excited about that one. Round the wicket is the shift from Patterson. Maybe tuck up the left-handed Mackenzie.
Doesn't tuck him up, rather gives him width with the ball moving away. It's an easy leave that for Mackenzie. It's 6 down. It's 15 for the loss of 1. South Africa is still trailing, or West Indies A rather, trailing by 259.
This spell, in addition to tomorrow's first half an hour to 45 minutes, it's going to be crucial for South Africa A, and you would imagine as well West Indies A, because of the weather being forecast to be inconsistent in terms of being on and off. South Africa A want to get as many wickets as they can now and tomorrow morning, so that their bowling, when it does come down to it, is rather bowling at the middle order with the newish ball, just to make a difference. Change in the field. Deep point goes out once again, and wicket is now on the onside. Mid off, mid on, and a deep square leg. Still 2 slips for the affectionately known Doozy.
Here comes the short stuff that broke Pakistan, that broke Sri Lanka, that made Dwan Olafia a household name prior to him leaving, going to England. Of course, like you said, there is that deep fine leg who's standing rather square for the hook shot. There is the deep square leg for the pull shot.
And a mistimed cut stroke, perhaps out to deep point.
But he keeps it straight because there's also a mid-wicket there, like you said, in the form of Rwanda Swardt. It's not standing too far away from the batter. So it's important here for Dwan Olafia to keep working at his plans, trying to destabilize the feet of Makoski. It's fresh from double 50s, lastly scoring 50 runs.
A lot of pressure here. A lot of pressure. You can smell it. Smells of perspiration. Late in the day. It's been a tough day at the office for both of these teams. South Africa A, with runs on the board. And the value of that is certainly tangible.
and having picked up a wicket already in this West Indies innings, they might feel confident, particularly with Dwan Olivier bending his back here.
Really getting his pace charging up here, Dwan Olivier. Rhythm looking smooth. Those no balls we speak about seem to have evaporated into beginning his innings. So here's Zachary McCaskey also playing the ball well, washing it late, playing it late, dodging and weaving. The West Indians looking to waste time to complete the day. That's why they want to waste time, because Olivier persists at them.
Yeah, Olivier just jogging back to his mark. He desperately wants to be able to squeeze another over. 28 minutes past 5, and with the umpire making his way from point, and not the traditional square leg, he wants to be able to extract one last chance.
Beautiful delivery to end the over. Much better defense though from McCaskey to keep it away. 15 for 1. Definitely getting time to have one more over.
Yeah, a lot less stressful for those who are hoping for an over compared to lunch earlier today, which was 11:59 when the umpire arrived at his mark. So what do you expect from Patterson here if you are listening along with us? Do you expect him to offer something delicious to waft at, but placed with equal risk? Or will there be a yorker or a bouncer?
That's what Dane Patterson is probably going to continue doing. He's going to look to sharpen the angle as if the ball is going to be attacking those stumps just outside the off stump. He's most likely going to get it full enough to try and induce the drive, because Mackenzie is a free-flowing striker of the ball. It is the final over. You will want him to stop, or you will want him to survive for the day. But Dane Patterson is just going to keep persisting on that line and length and forcing Mackenzie to play. Does have 3 slips, 1 gully, backward point. Goes a little bit straighter though.
Yeah, came across his stumps, did Mackenzie, trying to work it away onto the leg side, trying to force things into a region that works for him, because he knows that offside is packed, waiting like sharks for any piece of meat left unattended.
With that little shift that you're speaking about of him walking across, that was Patterson looking to compensate for that. Going a little bit too wide, pitching and moving away, and it's well left. So there's 3 more balls remaining in the first day's play here.
Whipped away onto that onside, and it'll trickle away towards that car corner boundary. But as we mentioned, this outfield is monstrous, and so you can get 2 jogging both runs.
Massive, and if you play it smartly enough, you can even get 3 runs. Sometimes a shot that's well too timed goes to where you want it way too quickly, and it steals runs from you. Funny enough. Oh, there's a big appeal coming from Dane Patterson. The ball coming back in to Mackenzie, the left-hander. but the umpire Arno Jacobs has none of it.
Yeah, completely unmoved there. Perhaps 2 sounds. And hands on hips from Duan Olafir at mid-on. Cannot believe how that's not given out. But also, you've got to understand that the South Africans, at the end of a long day, would love to steal a wicket off the penultimate ball. Not swayed is umpire Arno Jacobs. Last ball of the day. We are 2 minutes over half past.
Dane Patterson will be bowling to Mackenzie after getting a slight appeal with a straighter one that came back into him. Ends it with one that goes away outside the off stump, and a gentle leave for Mackenzie, who will be happy that he preserves his wicket after a little scare. 8 overs have been completed here for the second innings of the match after South Africa completed their first innings for 274 runs. Kaya Zondo being the standout performer for the South Africans. However, the West Indies having an even more fiery performance through the hands of Kevin Sinclair, getting a fifer in this match. And what a day we've had.
Yeah, certainly balanced heading into day number 2, with the prediction of rain at any point during tomorrow's fixture, and definitely throughout day number 3. It presents a wonderful opportunity for a game to kind of accelerate a lot quicker than perhaps we were expecting. We hope that it doesn't peter out into a draw, but there's so much that awaits on day 2.
Day 2, because of day 3's weather, may be the day's moving day. So you don't want to miss out on what's going to happen. We are here at the Mangaung Oval, where the entrance is free. So if you feel like you want to watch some game of cricket during your holidays, this is the place to be, as the both teams look to get their players to a plane to Australia for the West Indians and a plane to New Zealand for the South Africans. Join us again tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the morning in this YouTube Cricket South Africa channel. It's been me, Bendulo Makubane, partnered by David Midgley, bringing you the Sport by Ball broadcast. Let's meet again tomorrow for day 2 of this third unofficial test match.